commentary box now, where Bob Willis is with Michael Atherton.
Thanks, Charles. Yeah, we got plenty of stars of today on show. Not the star of yesterday that we've just seen out in the middle. There's stars aplenty. Essex and Surrey, two sets of great players. Rutherford with 100 yesterday. Tendescarter, a massive 100 yesterday. Ponting with a big 100 on debut for Surrey. So lots of players to look at. One or two who might be in England's eye line as well, such as Stuart Meeker, the fast bowler for Surrey. So Rutherford will be feeling rather pleased with himself. 100 on debut for yesterday. That's the teams that we've got. We've mentioned one or two of those players, but there's Wesley and Rutherford, Patini, Bopara, Shah, Tendescarter. They look a much stronger batting lineup with the players back. We saw Essex at the start of the season against Hampshire, and they struggled. Didn't look much of a side at all, but they've got some big names back today, Bob, and look a much stronger side on paper.
Yeah, both sides look very strong in batting, Michael. I'm not so sure about the bowling strengths of these two teams. They bat a long way down, back down certainly to 8 and 9. And by the looks of things, this is a very good track. The bowlers are going to have their work cut out today. Azhar Mahmood is going to take the new ball from the Hayes close end. He's got two orthodox slips.
So Wesley on strike to Azhar Mahmood. Just a hint of gentle swing there for Mahmood, who's got his fine leg up straight away and the square leg back on the very first ball.
And Wesley down the track straight away to Azhar Mahmood. Stephen Davis may have to think about coming up to the stumps. Heard Charles Colville talking about these inviting short boundaries at Chelmsford. Batting miles out of his crease.
Yeah, there might be a bit more pace from Meeker, but there's none from Azhar Mahmood. He's clocking in there at about 74 miles an hour.
Azhar Mahmood, since his international days are over, travelling the world, playing for all kinds of teams in all kinds of cricket. Ricky Ponting's just joined that club as well.
That deserved to be hit, didn't he? He got away with the previous delivery, but this one was put away, and by the looks of things, the outfield reasonably fast here at Chelmsford.
Yes, it looked as though that would be caught when it left the bat, but it just kept on running and running up towards the pavilion. Elegant offside shot.
Yeah, you're fine. Sorry, yes. You're okay there. Yeah, happy with that.
Should be just the one, I think. Yes, those are that square boundary that side on the leg side, much shorter.
Field being reorganised for the left-hander. Short of runs in the Test series against England. But those of you who were with us in the winter saw Rutherford's debut at Dunedin. will have seen the evidence that this young man can bat.
So 5 from the first over then. That was what Rutherford did in New Zealand against England, that massive 100 in Dunedin, followed by starts really, didn't go on after that, 20 and a 30 in Auckland. Got 100 against the Lions, but then struggled in the test matches, 4 and 9 and 27 and 42 at Headingley. But he's a good young player, very strong and powerful player, so you'd think he'd be well suited to opening the batting at the top of the order. Both technically sound, which you still need despite the fact that it's one-day cricket, but also has the muscle to pierce the field. Well, it's a pedestrian opening attack. They're keeping Mika up their sleeve. Often bowls really well with the older ball. So Lewis and Mahmood to start, both of whom were just mid-70s really. Mika is the one with pace. He's been held back.
Not so long ago, John Lewis playing one-day international cricket for England.
Well, he's very accurate. He's always been accurate, played a key role in that fabulous Gloucestershire one-day side where on slow pitches the bowlers all bowled exceptionally straight and accurately and were tough to get away. He's at the back end of his career now. He combines it with a bit of bowling coaching as well. There's Ponting, 38 years of age, but still in that key position at backward point. Anybody who watched the IPL, bits of the IPL this winter, will have seen that he's lost none of his energy or enthusiasm, athleticism in the field. Took a brilliant catch in one of the games at extra cover that I saw. What a good shot that is. That is a terrific shot, skipping down the pitch and lofting it away.
Well, I really think Stephen Davis has to get up to the stumps to prevent Wesley just running at these medium-pace bowlers. Sort of half flamingo shot, this one. Been watching Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, there's a shot of real confidence, that, from Wesley.
Come on, John.
Pretty decent start to the season, Tom Wesley. Got a big 100 in the first championship game, 163, and a 90 thrown in there in the last match at New Road. It's pretty good in both forms of the game.
Fire!
Likes it there, and he's beaten short fine leg. 4 more, expensive over.
Probably only a taste of what's to come. Should be an absolute run fest here at Chelmsford this afternoon and this evening. Very good batting pitch. Both sides are much stronger in batting than bowling. Even though he's now batting inside his crease, Wesley looks in top touch. 15 from 11 already. Hamish Rutherford's only faced the one delivery.
Well, he's got a chance now, facing up to Azhar Mahmood. If they've any sense, they'll try and tuck Rutherford up at around middle and leg rather than give him room to hit the ball through the offside. Likes it there. He missed out on this occasion, but be wise to bowl a little straighter. Two straight and a wide.
Umpires today, Mark Benson standing at the Hayes close end, former Kent and England opening batsman. And his colleague today is Steve Garrett, who didn't actually play first-class cricket.
Group B we're in. Essex played 4-1-3. We saw them get beat heavily here by Hampshire start of the season, but they've won their next 3 games, or they did win the next 3 games against Durham and 2 against Scotland. And Surrey, they've played an extra game and only won 2, so it is a vital game for Surrey if they're going to retain ambitions of qualifying out of this tough group.
All the minnows are having a lean time, Michael, aren't they? Scotland, the Netherlands and the Unicorns. Real whipping boys in 2013. Netherlands had a great start to their campaign last year before falling away. But neither of those 3 sides are really getting underway at all in this campaign.
Slower ball. Davis deciding not to come up to the stumps to Wesley, facing Mahmood.
Steve Davis was in great touch in the washed out match at Derby the other evening. Got Surrey off to a lightning start there before the rains came.
"17 for none off 3. Well, that's a good game to watch, this. Really terrific afternoon. The weather is glorious here at Chelmsford, and we've got a fantastic set of batsmen on either side. Rutherford there, fresh from 100. Papara, Shah and Tender Scott, a really strong looking middle order that for the Eagles.
Not to mention Foster and Napier. Napier's had a great start to the season once again. Really big hitters there.
Is that why
Come on then, John. Asante.
Surrey fancied the chase, do you think? Firmly punched through the offside.
Well, you said it, Michael, that's one of his favourite areas, Hamish Rutherford. We lost count of the times he punished England's bowlers through that extra cover area in Dunedin. Sometimes has a little bit of a problem with his weight distribution, gets caught trying to play forward with his weight on his back foot.
Yeah, and Nasser made the point in that excellent demonstration is before the start of play, watching Ricky Ponting, who he's the other way, he's coming at you all the time, but then is able to spring back off the front foot and play the pull shot or the hook shot. Rutherford sometimes hangs back and then can't quite get his weight coming forward to the quicker bowlers.
Oh, got it, got it.
Lovely. Not a bad ball at all, and no great flourish from Rutherford, just a short arm punch. But it's gone nicely to the ropes.
Well, I said it's going to be a hard work day for the bowlers today, and there's the evidence. You haven't really got pace or variation. That's what's going to happen to you here at Chelmsford today.
Get it.
Four more. Very, very powerful player down the ground. And John Lewis is proving expensive so far. 27 for none. .27 for none off 4. All the runs, well, most of the runs coming off John Lewis, who's gone for 20 in his 2. Azam Mahmood, much more economical. Just the 7 from his couple of overs. Wesley charged initially. Rutherford is catching him up quickly. Both into double figures now. Oh, he's still a wily bowler, Azam Mahmood, as evidenced by that slow ball. Completely foxed Wesley.
Yes, it's one of the best disguised slow balls in cricket.
Just flipped out of the back of his hand with no discernible change in arm action. Wesley comes down again. It's very obvious that that's his area of strength. He likes to flip down the pitch and whip it away over mid-wicket. Davies is going to have to come up to the stumps.
Well, the last remaining slip is now removed in this first power play.
Well, the move is a decent one, I think. Deep square leg to deep mid-wicket now. Catcher in at short square leg, but the way Wesley's looking to play, that deep mid-wicket is going to be in action there, or at least force him to do something different. Very good, Nas, before starting to play. This is my
Bowlers of all pace seem to be prepared to test the middle of the pitch these days. Bowlers have been given a little bit more licence to bowl short of a length. We saw a bit of a bouncer barrage when Sussex were playing the other evening against Warwickshire.
He's going to get away with this. Well, not just get away with it, that's a big hit. That's a long boundary out there. And from the moment that it left the bat, I didn't think Hamish Rutherford had hit it that well, but it's gone all the way. He doesn't look overly thrilled with it himself. There's a little shake of the head as if to say, no, I just didn't quite get that, but he got it well enough.
Terrific contact in the end.
Better line, tucking Rutherford up, 38 for none.
A real mixed bag from Azhar Mahmood. First ball hardly reaching the keeper on about the third bounce, and then ending the overs with a succession of bounces. It's a great start though for Essex, already scoring at 7.6 runs and over. Well, no change from Solanki at the river end. Lewis is going to continue.
Well, he's under some pressure, there's no question about that. Those 2 overs have been splattered about. Davies up to the stumps, no slip in place. Catch a square on the offside. Short, fine leg. Square leg being brought round in front of square now for Wesley.
Good, John. Good, mate.
Stuart Meeker getting ready.
That's where the man should be, well in front of square. He wasn't quite round enough, Jason Roy.
Come on. Keep working, lad. Come on.
Better start to this over from John Lewis.
It's fairly clear where Wesley is looking to hit the ball. Deep mid-wicket. simple rule of captaincy: put your fielders where you think the ball's going to go.
Good, John. Good, boys.
Wesley hasn't quite got the freedom now that he's forced to stay in his crease.
Come on, boys. 1 and 2 here, lads. Get it, John.
Both batsmen scoring at better than a runner ball. Run rate per overs come down to 7.
Better over from John Lewis.
2 overs for 20, now 3 overs for 23, so a vast improvement there. Still 2 more overs of the first mandatory power play. Really powerful batting lineup. Patini due next, then internationals: Bapara, Shah, Tenduscarter, Foster.
Just interesting looking at that batting lineup. Obviously, Essex, it's difficult because players come and go a little bit. Some of those players weren't here at the start of the season, but setting that order, I'd want to get Bapara, Shah, Tenduscarter in sooner rather than later. Yeah, Patini buys the buffer at number 3. Lovely shot. Really used his feet beautifully as Wesley, mainly over the leg side, but this time over extra cover.
Well, it was a real lollipop, this one, from Mazza, wasn't it? Can't believe Davis is standing back. And Wesley a good metre outside the crease when he makes contact.
Still the wicketkeeper stays back. Maybe it's the bowler's preference. Maybe he feels though he wants to try and slip a bouncer in if he can.
It's terrific to see the weather has taken a turn for the better since June has arrived. One-day cricket always well supported at Chelmsford. Get to sell out crowds for their 2020 fixtures, which they've decided to time in the evening.
Excellent running. Wesley was very aware then at the non-striker's end that Rutherford had just played that dead into the ground.
Essex have played much better in 40-over cricket since that humiliating defeat against Hampshire at the start of the season.
No! 48 for none.
As a Mahmood, 4 overs for 25. Lewis, 3 overs for 23. Still no change from Solanki, who's standing in for Gareth Batty today, who himself is standing in for the injured Graham Smith.
Well, 230 is the average score here, but that won't be enough today. Certainly be looking for more than that on a glorious day. Looks like a terrific pitch, fast outfield, long batting lineup. Fairly modest Surrey attack, but this might be the first wicket. Solanki, I think, is underneath it and takes it comfortably. Rutherford looking to go over mid-on, just slices it a touch, and Solanki takes a safe catch.
Rutherford looking for his strong offside shot, but just getting too far underneath this one. Down on the bottom of the bat. Solanki had a long time to think about that, but took it nice and comfortably. So respite for the Surrey attack. They've taken their first wicket, that of the New Zealand Hamish Rutherford. He's dismissed for 18. It's 48 for 1.
Coming back from the Essex on the 24, Martin.
Run rate is healthy at 6.7, but Essex have just lost their first wicket. Hamish Rutherford caught by Vikram Solanki at mid-on. Mark Patini at number 3. Plenty to come, so he'll know that he's got all the licence in the world to get on with things.
Keep it away, boys!
Delay while Solanki gets the field right. Lewis particular as well. Just checking that they've got 2 men close enough catching. It's beaten one of those catching men at short fine leg. Would have been tight with a direct hit. Patini was scampering.
Davis alive to the situation, let the ball go in case it did crash into the stumps.
Mika. Ball.
Gary Keedy down at third man. The unfamiliar Surrey colours. Seen him in red for so long, it's rather odd to see him.
All stopped. Talking of red, Michael, are you a fan of the new England one-day strip?
Well, it doesn't seem to be bringing them a lot of luck, does it? The last time they wore red, they got walloped 6-1 by Australia, and they've just lost to New Zealand. First defeat at home for, what, 3 or 4 years in one-day cricket. Kind of thing that eventually gets in the players' heads. As for the fashion, Bob, I couldn't give a stuff either way.
Both Keedy and Mika loosening up.
Strong through the leg side, Wesley. A lot of those runs in this first power play period have come there, 34 of them to him. And, quite a lot of boundaries through that leg side in the opening 8 overs. Rutherford got going briefly. A couple of nice drives, punches down the ground, and 1 through mid-wicket. But to Wesley, it's been the eye-catching player of the two. Looks full of confidence. That was the wicket to go. Solanki taking the catch, coming round from mid-on. But Essex will be reasonably happy with their start. They've got a solid platform. They're 56 for 1 in 8. As Paul Allett and Charles Colville come into the commentary box.
Thank you, Michael. I'm looking forward to this. Stuart Mika, I think he's probably the quickest bowler on display today, Paul. I wonder how he's going to cope with this excellent batting surface.
Good to see a Surrey product, isn't it? Lewis at one end and Mahmood at the other. Now we've got Stuart Mika with a bit of pace. Surrey background.
He went to school at Cranley in Surrey. Stuart Mika played his club cricket for the Normandy Cricket Club, which is just outside Guildford.
Born in South Africa, so he's not Surrey through and through, but at least he's been around for his education from about the age of 10 or 11.
Yeah, he got involved in the Surrey age groups. And I think he was always quite quick. Must have been a delight, all those little 10-year-olds coming up against the equivalent of Stuart Mika, thundering in.
Yeah, keep an eye on his pace, 80, nudging 81 miles an hour, that last delivery. He can bowl quicker than that.
Oh, now Davis, could he have got a little spring in? Is that very wide of him? Probably.
Yes, it's straight at first slip, this. Extra pace from Mika. No, I don't think Davis could have even got a dive in. It was too quick as well at 82 miles an hour, not near enough. Oh, slip coming in now. How often do we see that? It's Mika's first over. He's bowled 3 balls. He's the paciest bowler on view in the Surrey ranks anyway. And the stable door's been shut too late.
A dilemma for the captain is, does he put the slip in and draw attention to the fact that he should have been there in the first place, or do you say, well, I won't do that because it'll look like I'm ball following?
When you've got somebody of Mika's pace, as an alternative.
Oh, has he nicked it? He's walking. I'm not sure umpire Benson gave him out, but Wesley is on his way. So that's the second wicket down. And Wesley has gone for an attractive 34.
Just shows what a little bit of extra pace can do, something a little bit different. Got that to seam fractionally as well. Expansive shot from Wesley, thin edge through to Davis, and Mika makes a breakthrough in his first over. Could have had 2, in fact. Entertaining little innings that from Wesley, 34 from 31, 61 for 2.
Incoming batsman, Graham Napier.
Right, well, here comes Ravi Bopara, who is playing in this game, even though he's with the England setup, because he felt that he just needed to be playing some cricket. So he went to the management and said, my county have got a game on Monday night. Is it okay if I go and play? And Ashley Giles and the England management said, yeah, sure, go for it. So good to see Ravi Bopara out and playing. Good that England allowed him to go. Facing Mika. Successful over then for Stuart Mika, his first. He's taken a wicket, he's conceded 5, but it's 61 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, well, he could have had 2 wickets for just 1 run instead of 1 for 5. It's the one he did get. Just a fine edge through to the keeper as Wesley looking to continue his attack. Mika gradually building up his pace through that over, finishing up around about 84 miles an hour. It's interesting to keep highlighting the pace because England really need a bowler who does something a little bit differently, whether that be an extra bit of pace, which Mika has got, maybe a good performance here could get Mika in the frame.
Well, yeah, they're just on tenterhooks, aren't they, to find out what the story is with Broad and Finn. They called up Boyd Rankin after his pretty impressive performance where he bowled quick, albeit a little erratically, last week down at Hove. This is Gary Keady into the attack with his slow left arm. This won't be pacey, this will be pace off.
Another one of Surrey's signings. Another over 35-year-old sign, this time from Lancashire in the close season.
Get it, Vic. Well done, Keeds. Come on, clip that pad, buddy.
Keady pleased with his move. It was all done mutually. Lancashire happy for him to go because they got Kerrigan and Parry.
Get it.
2 left-armers, young left-armers who can play all forms of cricket, and it's very increasingly difficult to accommodate 3. Keady wanted to carry on playing, so he's doing it at Surrey.
Well bowled. A little bit of turn there. Do you think he's squared up Patini a couple of balls now?
Well, he's a good performer. Gary Keady will get spin if there is any to be had. Yeah, that's bounced as well. Pace is good.
Get it.
He's playing almost exclusively with the outside edge. Patini.
Too short. It's not going to cost him too badly though, just a single. So that's a very good over for Surrey after all of the pasty that's been flying around. 62 for 2 after 10. Summer has certainly arrived. We had a fantastic day down at Worcester on Saturday, where we had a really good game between Worcester and Warwickshire. That was a West Midlands derby, which Worcestershire won and rather upset the Bears and their fans. Shirt sleeve order here today.
I almost think they should have put slightly bigger balconies on some of those. Oh, there are some there, look, slightly bigger. You could probably get a couple of chairs on there.
I would imagine that Essex would have lobbied hard for the smaller balcony because they don't want the people having hospitality outside the paying arena.
They could charge them a membership. Maybe on those bigger balconies.
Still early in the afternoon, lots of people not back from work yet. I expect everywhere will fill up come 6 o'clock. A few more will have finished work, got home, grabbed a sandwich and then made their way down to the cricket for the evening.
Well, it's glorious. This is ideal, isn't it? This type of fixture, this sort of weather. You don't get too many days like this in an English summer, but it'll be glorious. Even out there till 9:30 tonight.
We get quite a lot of days like this down here in the south. You may not up in the northwest, of course, where it rains a lot, but it's gorgeous down here most of the summer.
Right, well, I was at Sussex last week, where I was up to my ankles in water.
We had a little shower early on.
Well, Charles, you had to go away from your position in front of the pavilion up into the studio because it got too wet for you.
It was quite a heavy little shower early on. Or bowled. Impressive little spell this by Mika.
Yes, good. This has just turned it round a little bit for Surrey. There's a couple of overs from Mika and the one from Keady. 3 good overs, 1 for 8 so far.
Want a single, tight. Not tight enough. .66 for 2 after 11.
Thanks, Steve.
Just a little puzzle why Stuart Mika didn't open the bowling. There are some bowlers who don't like bowling with a new white ball. A while ago they reckon it swung too much and it was difficult to control, but I think that's gone now. And Mahmood and Lewis, 4 pretty indeterminate overs each, going for more than a run a ball. Mika comes on, gets a wicket straight away.
Oh, get it. Steady, Jula. Get in.
Little misfield, but Essex very wisely not running on the misfield. That's Gary Wilson out there. Tom Jewell fielded the ball before that one. Had an interesting journey here. He got caught up in a rather large traffic jam on the M25, and there was a question about whether he was going to make it in time.
Oh, get it. Oh, yes, good boys.
Chris Adams, the director of cricket, was in a bit of a state. One of his players was missing, and it was Jewell. Was Jewell going to play? Was he get here in time, or would they have to go with Lindley? So the early team news we had was Jewell or Lindley, depending upon traffic.
Well, he's made it. It's pretty tricky getting to Chelmsford today. If you were coming from London, it was pretty poor, unless you came around the south on the M25. That was okay, but North Circular and north of the M25, bad news.
Get it, fix.
It was serene through the Surrey and Kent stretch.
Lucky you, Charlie.
Swept, but just for a single, I would imagine, unless there's some horrible mix-up or misfield, but the brain doesn't do that. So 12 overs are gone, and it's 71 for 2. Mika to start his 3rd over. Still a slip, loitering. Well, the ground staff will be hoping they have absolutely nothing to do today other than just soak up the rays. Good shot. Chase on for Xander de Brain.
Run in, Zed. Right stuff, steady.
Keep harping on about his pace, but it's worth noting that was up over 85 miles an hour. I think it was at Hove, we were talking about 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, Charles, weren't we?
Here we have Rankin, Wright and Jordan, who I see has taken more wickets for Surrey in this championship game which is going on.
Mika to me, was one of those who could get up to 90 miles an hour, has the ability to do that. I just wonder whether he, with his pace at 83, 84, 85, whether he's just taken a bit out of it to try and gain a little bit of accuracy.
It's quick. Made Patini wake up.
Wood of Durham, Overton of Somerset, the two 90-mile-an-hour bowlers that we've seen covered. Well, there have been the cameras at the game.
"13 gone, 76 for 2. Well, it'll be interesting to compare how Mika, the speeds Mika hits today, with Graham Napier, who's playing in this game. Mahmood, incidentally, who's there last on the list at 86.6, not playing today. He's 12th man.
Chris Jordan, very impressive. Had a great start to the summer for Sussex, having moved from Surrey.
It's a bit streaky by Patini. And Mika does the fielding.
Giving himself room at fortunate stroke off the outside edge. Keady's spun the ball consistently. Clever bowler, Keady. Very quick to assess the right pace to bowl on a pitch.
First 8 overs, Paul. 56 for 1, Essex, but since Mika and Keady got together, they've bowled 5.5 overs. 1 for 24. No boundary for getting on for 4 overs now. So these two are doing a very good job, just tying Essex down a bit.
Good combination of old and the new. Keady with his slow left arm, and Mika, quickest bowler on view so far today.
Yep. 14 overs gone now. 81 for 2.
Barely 50 miles an hour Keady's bowling at. Some deliveries 46, 47 miles an hour. Difficult to hit, especially when he's getting a bit of grip and turn and bounce. Be very pleased with his 3 overs for 10.
End of that last over. This was Ricky Ponting coming over and having a chat with Gary Keady, just discussing where his field might be. Good to see that the overseas pro, with all that experience, is sharing his thoughts with his teammates.
What did he want, I think? The backward point a bit closer. Might find out next over. Vikram Solanki at the toss said to me that he was very keen or would have been keen to have a chat with Ponting. Vikram, first time captain of Surrey, first time he's captain Surrey today. So useful to have Ponting alongside him. Bit of a mystery why Patini bats at 3 in this lineup with Bopara, Shah and Tenduskarta behind him. He's struggling a little, 19 from 26, just one boundary.
You've got Napier coming in at 8.
Yeah, they like to use Napier like that, don't they? Just a shock tactic right at the end of the innings.
But if things go properly and your top 4 or 5 bat majority of the overs, Napier's never going to get in.
Yeah, it's been a mystery to me why he doesn't bat higher up. I mean, it's a really strong batting lineup. We've forgotten Foster as well, come in at 7. So that top 8 is exceptionally strong. I say Patini seems to be the one out of character there.
This duel between Mika and Bopara is an interesting one. Bopara has now faced 16 balls for his 9. Mika just isn't letting him get away.
Best spell of the match this by far for Surrey. Really good stuff from Mika and Keedy.
Big appeal, but going down the leg side. Mark Benson says not out.
Good decision, I think. Wide of the crease. Mika deliberately went wider. Bowls sort of half and half normally on the crease, but this time jumped a little bit wider, angling the ball in and almost certainly going down the leg side.
This is the first of 2 games we're doing in the YB40 this week. Oh, beautifully bowled and turned, but I don't think there was a lifting of the foot, but that turned a long way. The pace is just outstanding.
Yeah, very good, tantalising pace. Look at that turn over the top of middle stump from way outside leg.
Yeah, tomorrow we're up at Lords for Middlesex. Foot well down by Patini. Middlesex, Somerset. It'll be interesting to see whether Compton gets a game for Somerset, whether he's allowed to by England. I thought they need him to get into form any way he can.
Thought he'd want to play as much as he can as well, wouldn't you?
He does play, though. I don't imagine he'd open because Trigo and Trescothick have put together a very useful opening partnership this season. Trigo in particular has been in devastating form, so he'll want to carry on at the top. Anyway, that'll all be clear tomorrow when we're up at Lords. Middlesex against Somerset. Another very good over from Keedy. It's 16 overs gone and it's 86 for 2. Mika to continue, but a change in the commentary box as Bob Willis joins Nasser.
Thanks, Charles. Pretty good start from Surrey, this. 86 for 2 on this ground. Essex got off to a flyer in that power play, and they've dragged it back well. Mika and Keedy. Keedy in particular has bowled it beautifully. Flight and guile. Mika's skidded on. Pitch was used yesterday for the Scotland game, exactly the same surface. It's just started to spin a little bit. Like to see a slip in for Keedy. They've got one in for Mika. You a fan of Mika, Bob?
Yes, I am, Nasser. I'm a fan of anybody who can bowl the ball upwards of 85 miles an hour. They're very thin on the ground pace bowlers these days. And as you say, he and Keedy have got this run rate back from 7.5 and over to under 5.5.
In the air and over mid-on. Nicely timed by Bopara.
Was a lovely bit of timing. That's one of the advantages of facing a bowler with pace. You can use that pace to time your stroke. Ravi Bopara, like Nasser Hussain, has played a lot of cricket on this ground, knows his angles, knows where the shorter boundaries are to look for.
Yeah, the reason mid-on was a little bit wide there was because of the slip. The slip's come out now, and it means that mid-on can come a fraction straighter and it can go on the edge of the circle there. Any reason you can think that Mika's fallen out of favour a little bit with England? Michael Atherton's at the back of the box trying to pick his 11 for that first Champions Trophy side.
He's been abroad with England a couple of times. I can't really answer that, Nasser. I would have thought anybody would bowl better than Dernbach.
Edge there. Bopara turns his back. Surrey are pleading for the dismissal. Not given.
Well, there's a massive appeal from Mika. Davis went up as well. They thought there was a big sound here. Mark Benson completely unmoved. Just disappointment from the Surrey players, no argument.
They all went up. There was a noise. He's steaming in now, Mika. He's spewing.
There's always been plenty of aggression from Stuart Mika.
It's going to make him even more upset. Last ball of the over, dispatch for 4, 95 for 2.
And 9 from the over then. That's helped the scoring rate a bit. 95 for 2, 17. Patini 22 from 32. Bopara now 18 from 23.
Not a lot wrong with the delivery, maybe a fraction wide.
Well, we're approaching the halfway point at 20 overs. I think that Essex will need at least 250 here.
Yeah, at least, Bob, I think. With the power play and the short boundary and the batting on show, I think they'll want more than that. So Surrey have done okay, one expensive over. Keedy bowled 4 overs. He's been taken off. Lewis back into the attack. Keeper up now. I agree with you, Bob. I thought it took far too long for Davis at the start to come up to some pretty military medium bowling. Likes of Azza Mahmood, and he stayed back, and Wesley charged Azza Mahmood. He's up now for Lewis. Yeah, I thought he might try and bowl some cutters. It's a dry surface. We've seen it spin for Keedy, and he just rolled his fingers down the side of the ball there. Plenty of cutters. If he bowls predominantly cutters, mid-on goes back and third man comes up. You could take mid-off back as well.
In a bit of a backwater with England, Ravi Bopara currently. First of all, lost his test pace, was still a big part of the one-day international scene. But now not selected in England's 50-over side.
Hey!
Bopara's test average fewer than 32.
Come on, John!
Comparatively speaking, has done better in one-day internationals. Not much to show for his T20 campaign.
Now that shouldn't be a wide. He went a long way across his stumps there. Yeah, 4 byes. Davis will be disappointed with that work. Hundred comes up. That ball went over leg stump.
Yeah, Davis was nowhere near it, was he? You might have been blocked. Thought he would have got a flipper on that.
Good, Johnny!
It's a long boundary out there. They thought about 2, settle for 1. End of the over, 103 for 2. Bob Willis spoke about 250 minimum. They'd have to go around about 7 runs and over to get that. And even that might not be enough on this postage stamp of a ground. Although it is just turning a little bit. And Essex have Tim Phillips in their ranks. Good contest. Fine players on show. Sun's out. Sander de Bruyn from the Hayes close end. Two 37-year-olds bowling in tandem.
Come on, Sander!
This is a horses for courses bowling here because it's just sitting in the surface a bit. Surrey have gone for line and length military medium bowlers. He hasn't taken a wicket yet in the competition this year. just Solanke feels that on this surface, just bowl stump to stump with the keeper up.
Bettini looking to give himself room to hit it through the offside. With these overs ticking by, it is amazing to me that Mark Bettini gets in front of the likes of O.A. Shah, Ryan Tenduscarter in a 40-over contest. Could argue that Foster and Napier should bat in front of him.
Single.
Good, mate.
Good form today, Bob, haven't you?
Keep building it, lads, come on.
There's the card, and there's Bob Willis's point on a flat pitch. 40 overs, you want your best players batting for as long as possible. Bopara, Shah, Tenduscarter, Foster, Napier. They don't move Napier too much. Mid-off goes out. Roy comes in at extra cover.
Pressure building on this guy, boys. Come on, be ready.
We could hear Davis on the stump mic there. Pressure building on this boy. Just to back up Bob's point, really.
Pressure building here, boys.
And again, pressure building. He knows what's up stairs waiting to come in. Two is the call. He's quick, Bettini. He easily comes back for two. I suppose that's what Essex have got to do as well, especially when Tenduscarter comes in. There are a few ageing players in this Surrey side. Try and run them ragged. Xander de Brain, 37. Azam Mahmood, 38. John Lewis, 37. Gary Keedy, 38. Ponting's very fit at... Oh, was Ponting there on that list, 38. Don't push him too hard, but just run some of these elder statesmen hard in the field. A little bit of in-drift, that's the other thing to look out for. A bit of reverse swing with Azam Mahmood at the end of this game. 109 for 2. Both sides will get this white ball to reverse. Only one ball used in this tournament, unlike the international one-day games. Dry surface, it will reverse.
And this competition is going to 50 overs next season to try and mirror more fully that international game. A lot of cricket followers have mixed feelings about that decision. They rather like the old Sunday afternoon 2 innings of just over 2 hours rather than 7 hours playing time in a 50-over match.
It's all about angles. That's the biggest hit on the ground. Comfortable 2, and they'll think a 3. Inside edge, I think.
Quite right, NASA, no signal from umpire Garrett. Inside edge there. Vikram Solanki in charge today. Gareth Batty missing this match through injury.
Good ball, John. Good, mate, it's good.
A partnership of 53 between these two, but it's taken 65 deliveries and they've only managed 3 boundaries between them.
Wickets in hand, that's what Essex are thinking. Wickets in hand to go hard in the last 10, 15 overs. Yeah, 2. Easy 2. That's the big boundary.
Well, one more ball and we will be halfway through. The run rate still under a run a ball.
Easy run. Even with Bopara, an easy run. Keeps the strike, 117 for 2. Just no one knows what a good score is out there. You can see Essex sort of talking, saying, well, we should be going hard at this. We've seen on this ground that 280 might not be enough, but it is just gripping the surface a little bit with the cutters and the spin. So they're trying to work out, have they got enough at this stage? That's why Surrey bowl first. Difficult ground to protect on.
Keep going, guys.
Essex still struggling to find the boundaries. For Patini, the square leg comes in and the fine leg drops back.
I think that's because Patini plays one of those ramp shots. He's pretty good at it. It's down on one knee, so fine leg goes back. Goes straight down to him.
And for Bopara, the square leg goes back and the fine leg comes up.
It's a big hit. And fine leg can't keep it in. Much needed boundary.
Gary Wilson trying to keep that in down on the boundary.
Could argue with the pace of De Bruyne that fine leg does need to be wider. Not trying to follow the ball, but the quicker the bowler, it's going to go fine. De Bruyne taking pace off the ball, bowling cutters, it's going to go more towards the scoreboard. Smash through the offside. You wait a while for one boundary, 2 come in a hurry.
Essex deciding to press that accelerator pedal now to much needed boundaries. Quite a presentable over for the first 3 balls, just 3 singles. Now Patini's getting to work.
Good over for Essex, 12 from it, 129 for 2.
Our friends like T20 campaign, is on the 28th June at the Royals. There are still a few tickets available in this fixture.
Essex 129 for 4. Needed a big over, they've got one. This partnership now 68 off 73 between Patini and Bopara.
And the run rate now better than a runner ball, 6.14. And Keady's coming back into the attack. His first 4 overs went for just 13. Patini and Bopara are going to be more expansive against him now.
Maybe Rav, that's a difficult one to come back to 2. That was the call. Love the way Keady's bowling here. It's not a big hit straight, and I've seen spinners come here and fire it in and bowl darts. But a short run up and getting it up and down, getting it some flight and some turn. And all of that with mid-on up. Now given. He survived an LBW shout earlier. That one close to pitching outside leg. That's the only decision the umpire had to make. Did it pitch in line?
Patini very surprised to be given out here. If that's straightening, it would have probably gone on to hit the stumps. It's the end for Mark Patini. 43 from 48 deliveries. Essex now 131 for 3.
Shah comes in, number 5. Watch the running. Shah and Bopara together. Good player, Shah. He was on IPL duty. That's a problem for Essex. They lose the likes of Tendulkar and Shah for the IPL, and they come back and they have to rejig their side. Some fancy wheels on there, Shah.
That's middle. That's it there.
Black from the IPL, and Essex played him in the second team for a while.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you.
Slip's got to come in. Ball has been spinning. Leave mid-wicket open and try and get Shah working to leg for the leading edge. Just the men in the deep have to come in a few and protect the 2. Long way across his stumps. The ground mid-off will cut it off. Just a single.
Have another look at the dismissal of Patini. Don't know whether Patini thought that ball pitched outside leg stump. It didn't.
Probably just straightened enough to clip the leg stump.
Throw it, throw it. Bowler, bowler!
2 is the call. I don't think they're going to get back. Good over from Keedy. 133 for 3.
Very, very canny bowler, Gary Keedy. Nasser Hussain was telling you about his flight. He's not a dart bowler. Doesn't run in like, say, Michael Yardy at Sussex. Hammer the ball in towards the leg stump. Now De Bruyne's out of the attack and Mika returns. 5 overs, 1 for 25.
They'll have to watch their toes here. Essex. Mika now with an older ball, 22 overs. He's going to get some reverse. He's skiddy. So he's going to try and bowl the odd Yorker, dart it in. Lovely shot. Really good shot.
Straight out of the Nasser Hussain masterclass, this one, coming forward. Great transference of weight. Look at the straight bat.
Just keep low. Now that will keep Essex interested. I reckon when they went out there, they probably thought, well, we need close to 300, 280 on here. Is this pitch just getting a little bit tired?
Bapara's expecting that delivery to bounce at least 6 inches higher.
You have leg stump as well?
Just a tad to you, just a bit to you.
Thanks.
Interesting. Shah wanting both middle stump and leg stump guard. Well, Sri Lanka looks reasonably content with the run rate at a run a ball currently.
Good from Mika after the first ball boundary. 138 for 3.
.35 Ravi Bapara, 38. Boundaries haven't been quite as plentiful as we were expecting. Nasser's just been telling you that the pitch has been quite responsive to spin and cut.
Umpire's changing the ball. Surrey have been working hard on it, trying to get it to reverse, but umpire's not happy with it. Let's have a look at the 3 wickets so far with that ball that's just about to be changed. Rutherford just slogged one up in the air, 18 off 16. Solanke took the catch. And on the edge, Wesley played nicely, 34 from 31. And the LBW off the team. Keady's bowled beautifully. 5 overs, 1 for 17, Keady. Essex been a little bit guilty of what England have been guilty of recently. Batsmen getting in, getting out, 34, 18, 43. Bopara needs go on and get big score. Backed up by Shah, Tendusgarter, Foster and Napier. 8 overs your maximum. Keady the pick of the bowlers so far. Keady's Mika rather has got the wicket with Lewis.
It'll be interesting to see whether Solanke goes outside those 5 bowlers. Used to bowl some handy off spin himself, but I don't think he comes out of the traps very often with the ball in his hand.
Solanke's not happy. That's virtually a brand new ball. I agree with Vikram Solanke. They've had 23 overs, and look what he's been given. That doesn't look like 23 overs old to me. Look at the old ball. Okay, there's a bit of a scuff there on the right-hand side. But Solanke not amused. We want a ball that looks 23 overs old, and that's not it. Good from Solanke, being strong. Could have easily said, well, it's up to the umpires, but Solanke's got it changed. Excellent captaincy.
Well, it's not like for like, is it?
There's nothing here. Oh, we can't look at the other side. We've got nothing wrong. Somehow they've got some the other one. That's better.
Problem is, they haven't got like for like.
Yeah, with it.
They're not happy, sorry. Don't blame them.
No, we've got to use that. We've got to use it, Ricky. We've got to use it. It's the oldest ball in the box.
Ponting's getting involved now.
Well, I've asked Chris Adams to put them in there, but he wouldn't.
Well, Surrey aren't happy at all with this ball change. I think this replacement ball will come onto the bat much better for Essex.
Hazem Mahmood's gone and found a ball from somewhere else and given that to the umpire, who is running the game. Oh, Shah's happy. Everyone's now happy. It is very important. Some people out there might think, well, a ball's just a ball, get on with it. But newer, harder ball will disappear, no reverse swing. I think Keady's going to reverse it too much.
Oh, yes.
Keady keeps holding his nerve, tossing the ball up in the air, inviting the batsman to play the big shot.
Bad ball down the leg side. Probably his worst ball he's bowled. Hazem Mahmood's nearly thrown his back out there. He slipped on one of the discs that is on the outfield. He slips there, and he just felt his back. Case of a slipped disc there, Bob. Oh, he's taken the slip out. New batsman, I don't know why they didn't have a slip in. Maybe all the fuss about the ball and Azam Mahmood slipping over. Need a slip in to shout.
More to come.
Oh, Shah, I'll tell you, he played that there on purpose.
Solanke just telling Mika one more over for him. Good so far from Keedy, 1 delivery to go, correction 2 with the wide. Shah showing his stumps, batting outside leg stump. Takes a single, keeps the strike, 143 for 3.
That's over. Sorry about that.
Essex 143 for 3. Change up here. Charles Colville, special guest Gareth Batty.
Thanks, Nasser. Yeah, Gareth Batty, acting Surrey captain, but injured acting Surrey captain. You're not playing because you've done a intercostal, is it? Something like that? Strangled appeal.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been something that's been on the radar for a few weeks, but it's just got sort of a bit unbearable at the minute that the tear's too great, and unfortunately I'm getting a bit soft in my old age and having to miss for a while.
So that's the curse of the Surrey captaincy, because of course you'd handed over the reins of command from last year to Graham Smith, and he went down in a heap after just 2 or 3 weeks.
I think it's a fraction more me just being soft. I don't think it's the captaincy by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, I mean, terrible news with Graham and his injury. But onwards and upwards for us.
So what do you reckon to the state of this game? 144 for 3 after, well, 25 at the end of this over. Mika back bowling his 7th here, so we'll have 1 more to go after this. At this stage, it doesn't look like it's going to be the sort of 300-plus game that we were predicting at the start.
No, I think we sort of sit side on at the changing room, and it looks a fraction too pace. Some balls are sitting in the wicket, and some balls are skipping through. So, stroke play, the ball has to be sort of right underneath you as a batsman. It certainly looks that way side on. I think the stats tell you about 280 is an average winning score here, and with a power play still to come, they'll be looking around the 250 mark, I would assume.
So how's it been at the Kia Oval with your 2 big-name imports? Graham Smith, as I say, not there for very long, but did he make an impact in the short time he was with you?
Absolutely, he was magnificent for us. As you said, he was only there for just over a month, but the manner and the qualities that he brought to us was magnificent, and certainly rubbed off on us, definitely, as a group.
So when you say the manner and the qualities that he brought, what exactly were they?
Well, I mean, obviously, he's quite an imposing fellow when you stand next to him. He's a big fellow, but he carries that through in the way that he goes about things. He wouldn't take a backward step. He would instill a discipline within us, and that was unwavering. That was a guaranteed if you wanted to be in the team. And also very simple ethics in work. We work very hard, and we look after the guy next to us, and be very humble with your performances, both good, bad, and indifferent. You know, just being very even and trying to keep things as simple as possible.
You've had Ricky with you for a fun-filled week in Derby, where he obviously enjoyed himself and got 192. How's he been? Is he different from Graham?
I think they are slightly different characters. Obviously, it's only been 5 days with Ricky, but I think Ricky's sort of a bundle of energy. You can see the way he's diving around in the field here. I'm not saying that Graham wasn't, but two different sort of men in that respect. But both wonderful, great players, and they bring that sort of aura with them, obviously. Their record backs it up, but I think the overriding thing about them both being great players is they're actually great people. I mean, wonderful fellas. With all our young players and players around the change room, they're so amenable, which is a credit to them.
New bowler coming into the attack is Tom Jewell, who extricated himself from the M25 nightmare, which was the northern stretch earlier on today. There was a bit of panic in the camp that he wasn't going to make it.
Oh, there was a few phone calls flying around, but no, Tom's done very well in the second team and it deserves an opportunity. So we were just praying that he got here on time.
Now he's kicked the stumps over, which of course in international cricket, or any cricket after October, will be a no ball, but it's not at this stage.
I think, to be honest, Charles, I think that's only a positive if he's getting in quite close to the stumps, wicket to wicket, and he's lucky the rules have not changed until next year.
In the air, full toss. Brilliant attempt at a catch, but it's gone for 4. Didn't deserve to be caught, really. Gary Wilson out there throwing himself around. It was a bit of a pie, in all honesty, and it deserved to go for 4. And but just for a moment or two, Bopara would have been a bit worried. He put it straight down, long on throat.
Well, I think that's a bit harsh. I think he was probably going for a Yorker there. And modern day, we say that, you know, a low full toss is as good as a Yorker sometimes.
Good take by Davis, but it's a wide. I suppose the other difference between Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith is that Ricky Ponting in one innings made more than Graham made all summer during his 3 weeks here.
I think he played magnificently well at Derby, and he really did show his class. Graham showed glimpses of it, just maybe not quite as longer innings as Ricky played.
He's kicked the stumps again. Now, I wonder if Graham Smith had still been here, whether he would have been complaining about the distraction to the fielders with the bowler knocking the stumps over like that.
No, it's all part of the master plan, Charles. Just a bit of gamesmanship going on here, trying to distract the batsman, trying to induce a poor shot.
Oh, he's good, mate, it's good. Good, mate.
So when Graham had to go home to South Africa to have his ankle operated on, it must have been a real hammer blow, because it was so earlier on in the season, and presumably he was only really just getting himself sorted in the dressing room. Big shot, and I think that's gone all the way. Second 6 of the innings. Rutherford hit one earlier on. Bopara's just warming up nicely here. 158 for 3 after 26.
Yeah, I think that may have been a slower ball from Tom Jewell, and he's sort of Ravi's helped it around like you would do an off-spin slower ball. He's gone with the spin and collected over sort of slog corner, I suppose you'd call it. I think going back to the Graham question, it was difficult because he'd come in and observed how things were done. He'd seen the players and he was just getting a feel for how we were going. We felt to be going in a very good direction, and he was doing a great job. And obviously it is difficult when you lose your captain and leader so early, really, which is difficult.
Just signs that Owe Shah's beginning to think about upping the ante here. He's gone to 7 from 15. He's been subdued early on, but he is the sort of player that can explode into life. And as we now are in the 27th over, with Ryan Tenderscarter and Graham Napier and James Foster still to come, Bopara and Shah are going to have to up the ante here. Another good work from Davis.
Yeah, it's quite a dangerous part of the game now for both teams. I think if we can get a wicket or two, I think we put Essex under real pressure, and they probably won't get the total they'll be after. But on the flip side of that, if these two play well and give an even bigger platform for the guys coming in, it could be a big chase.
What would you be happy to chase at this stage? If I offered you 260, would you take that?
Yeah, I think the way that we've been playing in this comp batting-wise, we'd be happy to chase pretty much anything. Obviously, the smaller total, the better. I would suggest probably 250, 260 would be about par on this surface tonight.
Stephen Davis lost that completely in the sun there.
I think the one thing to take into consideration, there's one side of the field that is quite a short boundary, so both sides will be looking to defend that with the ball, and I think that's our ability to defend that for the next sort of 10, 14 overs will determine how many Essex get.
Did Azza just forget his kit?
I think there were a few chats in the change room saying he'd wear it a bit better than me, that jumper, so it's a fashion statement, I think.
Well bowled by Sander de Bruyn. Ravi Bopara on 48 here, 48 from 49 balls, 4 fours, 1 6. Took his time to get going, but just of late he's started to move through the gears. He's such a dangerous player at this stage. Wanted to play in this game, said I've got to be playing cricket. He's obviously a part of England's one-day international outfit. Slower ball bouncer, missed out by Bopara. 27 overs gone and it's 164 for 3.
Here you go. Change your ball, yes. Left arm round.
Well, the juggling of the bowlers continues. Jewell, after 1 over, has come and gone. 1 over, 0 for 11. And Keedy, who's got 2 overs to go, is back into the attack.
He's bowled brilliantly so far as Gary, 6 overs to 22 on the small boundaries and a good surface. I think Vikram will be looking at Gary to get us a wicket here, definitely.
And that's it. Oh, no, it isn't. I thought that he dragged on. He's a lucky boy there, Owe Shah.
brilliantly bowled from Gary, sort of following him. He showed the stumps and Gary's followed him, and so unlucky not to have a chop onto the stumps there.
Short of the man at mid-wicket.
This is it. There's something building here. It's going to be a boundary or a wicket pretty much in the next couple of balls. Let's hope for a wicket.
High in the air, he's going to be safe though. He'll go to 49.
Good boys, good boys. Take this chance, lads.
That'll be 50 for Ravi Bopara. Pretty much a runner ball. 51 off 53 deliveries. 4 fours and a 6. 28 overs gone, 169 for 3. It's been a really accomplished knot by Ravi Bopara, who looks like he's playing himself into a bit of form, should he be required for that one-day international against New Zealand on Wednesday.
We're going to take the power play. Got to take us a bit sooner, guys. Yeah, I was only there.
Oh, now what's the delay here?
You asked him.
Let's have a listen to the umpire.
Ask the other guy. They're going to take a power play, please.
Power play. Essex having a bit of a chat. And they've decided to make life even more impossible for the bowlers. And as a result, Azhar Mahmood is into the attack. Is he your power play bowler, or one of your power play bowlers?
Yeah, he's got all the skills to hopefully make it difficult for batsmen with the slower balls, the Yorkers, the bouncers. A wealth of experience, and he's really well adept at bowling with only the 3 people out at this period. We forget sometimes that guys like Azhar bowl all their overs in power play nowadays. So you need a real specialist fella. And with us not having Jade, Azhar's magnificent in these sort of circumstances. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely our go-to man, and hopefully he gets us a wicket. We do see with power plays sometimes it's supposed to be the batsmen that do all the dominating, but if the bowlers can get it right, we can really put them on the back foot here.
The 3 out are a straight mid-wicket, a long on and a long off. And there is the long on. Wilson straight into the action. What's the received wisdom these days on when to take this batting power play? Have you got a particular formula?
No, there isn't one, I don't think. At times we've taken it straight after the first 8 because we've been going great guns and it keeps the fielding side on the back foot. And other times, if you're not going quite so well, you generally take it down and have a bit more tax-free period at the end. I think by Essex taking it now, they'll be thinking they can take a few overs from a wonderful bowler like Azhar and hopefully cash in at other periods for a longer sort of extended period at the end for them with having wickets in hand.
So you might take the power play, not necessarily because you think this is the opportunity to accelerate, but in order to suck in the opposition's better bowlers so that you have a clear run without them in those helter-skelter overs for the last 5, say.
I think there's certainly a certain rule of thought with that, definitely. Your ultimate is to take the power play down as a batting side, but real well bowled, Azhar. But I do think you almost get 2 bites of the cherry doing it this way, maybe, if you have wickets in hand. Our skill here would be to take 2 wickets and really put Essex on the back foot.
That's been swatted away really powerfully. A despairing dive. It's Meeker, I think, they're at deep mid-wicket. But Shah really laced that.
Oh, Shah's nearly put his back out the way. He's accelerated with bat speed there. As you can see, they've targeted this short boundary again. I think hitting the other side, I'm not sure that's going to be a boundary. I think it's maybe 2. So it is about targeting the short boundary, definitely.
And another good over this for the Essex boys, and for Shah in particular. 2 fours at the end means it's 10 off the over, 29 gone. It's 179 for 3. So Azhar Mahmood's got 3 more to bowl. There are 11 overs left in the game, in the innings rather. 3 to Azhar Mahmood, 2 to Lewis, 1 to Meeker, 1 to Keedy, loads to De Bruyne, and practically a full spell from Jewell, who we may not see again. Now here's Meeker into the attack from the river end, so he switched ends, and this is going to be his last over in the game. Ravi Bopara on strike, 52 from 54 to his name at the moment.
Yeah, I think now we'll see Stewart really sort of angling the ball in to the stumps and try and get them hitting to that longer boundary. Try and shut down the short boundary option for these guys, and hopefully stumps or LBW will be the order of the day here.
It's interesting to know that Shah tried to counter that by standing a long way outside leg stump, so if anything was a tall straight, he would actually free his arms to get it through the offside.
Yeah, he's very clever. Ace, he's done it for years. He'll show the stumps, and sometimes you follow him and that's what he's wanting. Other times he's looking for the bit of width. It looks like the ball's just tailed in a fraction there, to be fair.
I think the important lesson for anybody watching this partnership between Shah and Bopara is Shah came in and didn't really look as though he was going anywhere, but he's already up to 22 off 26 with a couple of fours, and he'll keep going through the gears, but he gave himself a chance early on, and so did Ravi.
Yep.
I think that's the beauty of batting at Chelmsford. It's such a quick scoring ground. You can make up. If you allow yourself time to get in, you don't need to press the panic button, because you can catch up on your strike rate as your innings progresses, because it is such a fast scoring ground. Dare I say it, one more ball to finish a really good over from Stewart here. He's picked out where he wants to bowl. He's executed magnificently well. If he can finish this off with a dot or a single, that's been a really good over in a tough power play.
Yeah, this is the last ball of his spell as well. So he's bowled 7 overs and 5 balls at the moment, 1 for 38. As in the Yorker. So he finishes 8 overs, 1 for 39, and after 30 overs it's at 185 for 3. He got a a wicket when he got Wesley out, caught behind in his first over.
Really good spell there from Stuart Meeker. Been away with England most of the winter, learning his trade magnificently well, and a very good day at the office for him with the ball there. Bowled some power play overs and executed magnificently well. Is a massive one for the future for Surrey and hopefully for England if he continues with his progress.
You lost a couple of games in this competition to rain, haven't you? The game against Durham and that one at Derby we did, which was a very squelchy affair. Have you kind of worked out how many games you need to win to stand a chance of qualifying, or rather how many games you can afford not to win in order to be in with a shout of qualifying?
Not really. I think it's just a straightforward, every game we play we just try and win and see where we get to at the end of that. If you get the weather, there's not a lot you can do about it, and we were in good positions in both games to force that victory. It's can be frustrating, but there's nothing you can do about the elements. You have to just go about the next game, and if we can collect the points here and collect the points in the next game, you hopefully climb up the table and you secure a position where you want to be at the top.
In the air, Meeker takes the catch. So that's the end of Ravi Bopara as a Mahmood gets him. Bopara has gone for 54 from 57 balls. And that's well caught by Stuart Meeker. Pretty straightforward, really.
This is a great bit of deception from Azza. He's bowled a lot of slower balls at him, and this one, it looks as though he's just gone a little bit fuller with a bit of tail on the ball. Some would say reverse swing. I think it's just a bit of tail. Just got it far enough under Ravi that he scuffed it out to Stuart at, I suppose you call it cow shot corner, for a great catch.
Absolutely. 186 for 4. Ryan Tenduscarter is the new man in the middle, fresh from 180 yesterday off just 98 deliveries. Sensational innings by Ryan Tenduscarter against the Scots here at Chelmsford on Sunday. What's he going to come up with today? Not facing. Owe Shah is the man on strike. You said that the ball didn't reverse, it tailed. What's the difference?
I think reverse is a bit more of an actual swing, whereas when it just tails in, you can just lose your action a fraction just to give the impression the ball's just fading into the pads. And I think the white ball sort of exaggerates that more than the red ball.
No!
Ravi rather lost his shape there when he was playing it. His hand came off the bat.
Yeah, I think that was just a hint of swing, tail, whatever you want to call it, just into him, just made him lose his shape a little bit. Looked like he was looking to hit it straighter, and then he just went with the shape of the ball.
End of the 31st over, 187 for 4. Still to come, the big hitters, Graham Napier with Foster before him. I wonder whether Foster will actually come in next or whether they will just jiggle their order and put Napier in above him.
It's a difficult one because James Foster's very, very dangerous down these latter overs. He hits in awkward areas. He's done it time and time again. Unfortunately, most of the time it's when I've been bowling against him. But the two of them are very destructive players. I think Graham's more of an out-and-out hitter, and Foster can manipulate your field placements, definitely.
Keedy back into the attack. His figures have been quite brilliant. This is his last over, 1 for 27. Will he go for under 30 in his 8, which would be a terrific achievement on this ground and on this surface. There has been a little bit of assistance for him. It has turned. Shah on strike.
Yeah, he's bowled magnificently well here, as Gary. It's just stayed in the pitch as well. It's spun, but it's also stayed in, which has made hitting through the ball really difficult.
We're out of here at the end of this over. I should quickly ask you about the county championship. That looks like it's going to be a bit of a tussle to stay up.
I'm not sure about a tussle. It's a very tough league. I would suggest it's as good a first-class cricket as you get in the world. And I think all sides would say that they have a chance of winning it, and also not doing quite as well as they would have hoped.
Good work by Jason Roy in the outfield, keeps them to 1. Tenduskarsa on his way.
The real positive with it is there's still 10 games to play, so if you play good cricket there, you can end up probably being somewhere near the top.
Great stuff, mate.
It'll be an overthrow. I think it is. That won't please anybody other than the Essex fans. He's having a bit of a chunter.
I think it'd be fair to say that Essex are just trying to see Gary off here, just try and pick up the singles, because he's been such a force. He's bowled really, really well. He's bowled a great 8 overs here. Be nice to see him just get a wicket with his last ball to finish off a brilliant day at the office for him.
Well, I don't think he's going to do that. I think it's going out the park. It's a lousy day at the office as far as the finish is concerned. Big 6. Big 6. 32 overs gone. 198 for 4. Well, if you're a spin bowler, you get used to the terrible way things like that happen. Now, we reckon that's over up here, but everybody still seems to be in position as though it's not. Now the over has been called, and I think they've gone to find another ball. I expect we'll have Solanke complaining about that one when it comes out. Gareth, thank you very much for your company. Good luck for the rest of the season. We'll have a change in the commentary box now, as Michael Atherton and Paul Allott slip seamlessly into the commentary box.
You got one? This is just ridiculous.
Thanks, Charles. Just starting to heat up now. 8 overs of Essex's innings left. Some big hitters in and to come. Tenduskarsa at the crease. Shah just getting into gear. Graham Napier still to come, of course. James Foster. Looking at 260 maybe. 8 and over from here, definitely on, could be more. Gary Keedy finished 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38.
That's all. That's right, yeah. Very true.
So we've got a change here now. Xander de Bruin.
Yeah.
3 overs for 24 so far.
Yeah.
It's an inordinately long run. Somebody of his pace. Beaten short fine leg. This could run away for 4. It will. Beating Keedy to the rope.
Well, this is where he's so good, Owe Shah. He's a tremendously wristy player, so no matter what the field is set, particularly now with all these fielders that have to be inside the circle, it'll always be an area where Shah thinks he can get a boundary. And he's a player who can manoeuvre the ball almost 360 degrees around the pitch.
You said they're not me, well.
4 men out, all on the leg side. Wide down the leg side. So he's got a close in field on the offside and 4 boundary fielders on the leg side.
Sure, you'll see Owe Shah here just moving around his crease. He knows where Xander de Bruin is going to look to bowl, spearing the ball in at Midland leg. He'll definitely look to give himself room from time to time.
He's got that to swing back in late. Yorker length as well. It's well bowled. Descartes in brilliant form yesterday. Be another wide.
That confused everybody, didn't it? Descartes was through the stroke. Stephen Davis had virtually turned his back as well.
Another wide. Well, it's all right having your protection on the leg side, but you've got to bowl legal deliveries.
The margin is quite fine, though, isn't it? The ball is swinging in a little. He knows he can't offer too much width, so he's trying to bowl Midland leg. And therefore, there's minimal room for error.
Soling arm round the shoulder from Azam Mahmood. Well, it's good running. With everybody in the circle on the offside. If you go early, I suppose you can almost always get a single. Descartes in great form yesterday. Got 180 in 98 balls. Went from 100 to 180 in 26 balls. 15 sixes altogether. And 8 fours. 9 of those sixes coming after he got 100. It's clubbed flat and straight. It's amazingly hard, flat for 6.
Beautiful shot, isn't it? It's an unusual shot as well because it's not really hit with a straight bat. It's almost a cross bat shot down the ground. Just look at the technique of this. You see a lot of players hitting with a straight bat, and he's really got his bat through the ball there and almost hit it with a cross bat. Good hands through the ball, Owe Shah.
Oh, could be very close. Benson not interested in the slightest.
I think Xander de Bruin's a bit upset. I think he fancied this. It looked good, didn't it? The question, I suppose, the umpire will have seen Shah go a long way across his stumps and therefore is saying to himself, has it hit him outside the line? I don't think there was any question the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. It's perhaps a bit fortunate to get away with it.
I thought it might have warranted a bit of a longer look from Mark Benson. He seemed a bit dismissive 16 from this over so far. And you can add a couple onto that, even though it was off the inside edge in front and short of Wilson. 2 on 4 for 4. Healthy looking scorecard, that from Essex. 34 Wesley, 43 Patini, 54 Bapara, all at a decent rate. Now they can really push on with Shah and Tenduscarter and Foster and Napier. $17 off that last brain over. 4 overs, none for 40. Tom Jewell, 1 over. It's cost 11. Almost impossible to master this new fielding restriction where you've got to have 5 fielders inside the circle. Very, very difficult indeed to bowl defensively. Away with that.
Which way do you think you'd have looked to have gone back in the day, Paul? You were a big one for trying to get Yorkers in at the end.
Well, yeah. And
so you need your 2 men back straight, don't you?
Yep.
You're forced then to bringing up fine leg and third man, as they've done here. It's pretty much the field you'd have.
Yeah, I think it probably is. The problem is that modern day batsmen are so adept now at playing their little flicks and scoops and reverse paddles and sweeps. With third man and fine leg up, you're almost exposing that area. There's nobody out on the boundary behind square at all. 4 men up behind square.
$17 extras, 10 wides. I'd say that's a significant number in an innings.
Inside edge, I think, on this. Well, that's going to be 4 byes, wides, more wides.
Well, he's having a tough old time behind the stump, Stephen Davies, because bowling is not necessarily as accurate as it might be. There is some swing there as well, because the pitch is quite abrasive. And he's just looking a little disconsolate.
Trying to get that fine of short third man, couldn't quite do it. Quite like the idea that De Bruyne had. It didn't work for him last over. He went for 17 to have the 4 out on the leg side and everybody up on the offside.
Is the only problem with that you absolutely telegraph what you're going to do to the batsman? I always feel if the batsman's got a clear idea of what the bowler's going to do, he then can set his stall out to hit in a certain area. Whereas what we've seen, I suppose, in very recent times compared to when we played, is that bowlers tend to bowl with more variety at the end to try and keep the batsman guessing.
And there's the problem. In the essence of setting a field and bowling to it is to put the ball in a certain spot and be protected. If you're going to vary it, then by definition, your field isn't set for what you're trying to bowl. We've got some other scores from around the country. Group A result. Worcestershire 293 for 4 in their 40 overs against the Netherlands. A comfortable win there. Mitchell 92, Cavesi 81. Nottinghamshire at the top of Group A with 10 points, 5 from 5. Kent second, Northants third, Worcestershire moving up to 6 points. Now then, this has gone straight up in the air to extra cover, and oh, he's done his best to put it down, but caught it in the end, as Jewel.
Well, this is a really good catch in the end, because it went up a long, long way, and for most of the arc of the flight of the ball, it looked like Tom Jewell was in control, and then right at the end, he had to pedal backwards quickly. And Descartes just getting an outside edge, looking to go straight, and just at that moment Tom Jewell may have thought he was in trouble, but didn't panic, held his nerve, kept his eye on the ball, and took a good catch in the end. An important wicket, because Descartes will be very dangerous at this stage of the innings. 226 for 5.
Essex captain James Foster comes to the crease now at number 7. Still Graham Napier sat with his pads on. Foster himself can get a bit of a shift on.
Yeah, it's slightly surprising, isn't it? Napier's had a good start to the year. You'd think this was the absolutely perfect time for him to come in. Just 5 overs remaining. But no, Foster.
That's just swung in. It's also swung over long on for 6.
Well, it's not an easy ball to hit, the low full toss, but always Shah's got those hands through the ball rapidly. He's got very fast hands through the ball. Strong wrists, strong forearms.
It's getting the ball to swing, De Bruyne. We're not seeing an awful lot of late swing, reverse swing with these white balls, but getting it to go, it's just a question of accuracy now. I think that'll be a wide, won't it? Shah quickly back for 2. The wide. It doesn't go down obviously as buys, but it's tough work for the keeper.
4, mate, sorry.
.50 for Owe Shah from just 45 balls.
Yeah, good one. 3 4s and a couple of 6s. The rate, very good. Strike rate of 111, come at a good time. And there's plenty more from him to come.
So Foster on strike for the first time now.
Two, mate.
The Lovely wristy flick, pick up. Gone all the way for 6.
Well, that's the power he gets into his strokes because of the strength of those wrists and forearms and the speed with which the bat and the hands get through the ball. These are not easy shots to send to the fence, either that low full toss or indeed that in-swinging Yorker, virtually a Yorker.
Yeah, it's a good shot, not a good line though, is it? You've got to be looking to hit middle and leg bowling to this field and be as full as you possibly can. Anything leg side of that, you're going to get worked away. You get at least 2 here. Keedy doing the fielding. Expensive stuff, 19 from it, 2-4-5 for 5.
Let's have a look at some of these shots that Always Shah has hit today. There's a lot of unorthodoxy here. Real strong wrist work, that's the key feature of his batting, along with the odd orthodox stroke like that. But he gets the ball really fine. Gets those wrists into the ball. That's a terrific shot. And that low full toss, which was whacked away over long on. Top class stuff.
Yeah, 3 4s, 3 6s from 47 balls in his 58. De Bruyne's figures go from bad to worse, really. 5 overs, 1 for 59 now.
James Foster there did well, didn't he? Little better than Monty Panesar did at Auckland, the dying stages of that test match when he was front crawling to the crease.
Good slide.
Come back.
It's gone for 4, not quite sure what it's off. Top edge or glove or whatever, but it's gone for 4. These are expensive overs now.
Yeah, inexperienced bowler bowling at this stage. A couple of bowlers that quite fancy getting after De Bruyne and Jewell.
Cross batted and slapped away, this time backward a square. It's almost a help yourself shot at 63 miles an hour. Good batsmen can just wait and hit it where they want.
Well, it's very tough on a young bowler. Might be inexperienced in this situation, and now with the extra fielder. We've got 2 very experienced players at the crease, adept at placing the ball to all corners of the ground. It becomes very tough.
Cut away with great power. 1 bounce 4.
What you don't get the sense here with Tom Jewell, as at least you did with Xander De Bruyne, who was also expensive, but at least you got the sense that De Bruyne knew what he was trying to do with those men up inside the circle on the offside and spearing it in at middle and leg. But Tom Jewell, there doesn't seem to be a plan as such.
Persisting with this slower, shorter deliveries.
Oh, wow, sorry.
Mahmood Lewis, the experienced bowlers, I would expect them to probably bowl the last 4 overs, although their economy rate's pretty high. De Bruyne and Jewell going for heaps. Wide outside the off stump this time. Oh, that's up and over extra cover. Will this go all the way? Certainly will.
Well, we did James Foster a disservice, I think, suggesting that Graham Napier might have come in this situation. Foster's done terrifically well so far. 15 from just 21 from just 7 balls. 3 fours and this 6. Hitting the ball superbly.
Well, with 4 overs to go, highlighted the fact that Azhar Mahmood and Lewis may bowl those 4 overs. Both you and I raised an eyebrow when Gareth Batty said that Surrey were protecting Mika. You don't learn your trade by being protected.
Well, it was interesting. Charles asked him, somebody asked him why Stuart Mika didn't take the new ball.
Me, though.
Oh, OK.
Yeah.
You bellowed from the back of the box,
I
did
did.
you?
Tell me, I said.
Poor lad was trying to concentrate on his commentary stint. You're badgering him in his ear.
Well, why didn't he take the new ball? He said because we want him to bowl at times when he's not under pressure.
Well, it's quite odd if he's going to be an England bowler. If we're talking about Stuart Mika potentially coming in if perhaps Finn or Broad are injured, you'd think therefore he would have very senior status in his county side, doing the hard work at the end of an innings perhaps, or taking
bowling
the
with
new
a
ball.
Learning to bowl with a new ball, learning to bowl when the flack's flying. Poor old Tom Jewell has been hit to all corners. Not protecting him so much. Now then, what will Azhar do? Now, Azhar Mahmood being meticulous in his field setting. He's got fine leg coming back, going back, square leg coming up into the circle, mid off, mid on back. Hugely experienced, Azhar. Expect him to get a little bit of reverse swing if the ball is cooperating. Oh, it's nicely played. Good Yorker. And 3 pretty useful deliveries. Singles off them all, but well bowled. Swatted over square cover. Might not go for 4 this.
See, Foster gets in this position that a lot of batsmen at the end of an innings get into now, where they get their left side out of the way very early. See, he's open in his stance there, and as the bowler bowls, gets that left side out, so he can hit it either way. He's looking really to hit slog or cow corner if he can. You still have the ability to flash it through the offside as well.
Swinging, but swinging wide of leg stump. Another wide. Full toss. Not going to go for 4. They're going to have to run 3 here. They've only run 2.
Yeah, well, James Foster was looking after Owais Shah there, who hands up in apology. He thought it had gone for 4, but Foster could have lapped him. Basically, Shah didn't run at all.
Oh, the pickup, you just can't bowl it there to Owe Shah. 6 off the final ball of the over. It's ruined what was a reasonable over. 15 from it, 281 for 5. Fantastic last 5 overs from Essex. 16.6 and over. 83 in the last 5. Said they'd be looking to get 260, 270. Well, 3 overs left, they're 281. Well, if you bowl a leg stump swinging half volley, it's going to get it for 4 or 6. Oh, good looking puzzled about it.
You never did you?
Oh, I did. I bowled loads.
Look puzzled, I mean.
I looked
Hands
angry.
on hips,
I know.
kicking sods,
Frustrated.
swearing at fielders.
Frustrated. Well, you should have caught it. Davis says well bowled.
And it was, because Owe Shah had moved outside leg stump. Jonathan Lewis had his eye on that blue line. That's his guide, the blue line to the right of the wicket-keeper's foot, and he's just inside it. Once the batsman goes outside leg stump, sometimes the bowlers follow, but as long as they're tight to that blue line, that's an equally good variation.
Gone high. It's gone straight down mid-wicket's throat. Jason Roy takes the catch comfortably, but it's a fine innings from Owe Shah. 68 from 53 balls.
It is a fine innings. And Owe Shah taking on the longest side of the ground, the longest boundary by a distance out there. Not much respite, I fancy, for Surrey. They know they're a bit behind the rate. They're already in position, and they'll await another big hitter. Graham Napier replacing Owe Shah, who played very well for 68.
Ready to come.
Foster on strike. Oh, it's another wide. Another wide. Been too many. Graham Napier in now at number 8. Sight that is if you're a bowler who's being hit all over. Napier coming in at number 8. Oh, inside edge, just a thin un, but it'll do for 4. Oh no, buys. I would have heard a faint nick.
I think you did, and I think there was. Yeah, not a faint one, quite a big one. Just not quite sure why the wicket-keeper's up to the stumps now. We're quite critical at the start of the innings when Wesley was using his feet. But now with the ball swinging in at the end of the innings, it makes it very difficult.
Ally that to the length they're looking to bowl as well, as full Yorkers.
And he's having a bit of a struggle. His confidence looks a little low because there have been plenty of wides, plenty of balls have gone down the leg side. He hasn't really taken them cleanly. It's been difficult for him. Time surely just to drop back for a few overs.
Yeah, well, it'd be good to see Foster. I always love coming down to Chelmsford and watching Essex and watching Foster keep wicket, see how he does in comparison to Davis. Foster will try and get 2. No. Napier, frustratingly for him, is still off strike, but Foster going well. 29 from 13, going better than well. It's an electric little innings. Contributions all the way down that order from Essex. Shah top scoring, but some good groundwork done by Wesley and Patini and Bapara. How's your day been? You executed today?
Executed my skills.
Yeah, have you done it yet? Oh, the little ramp, what a fantastic piece of improvisation from Foster.
They just all play this shot, don't they now? And beautifully. And it just makes life very difficult for the bowlers. If they don't quite get the Yorker bang on, batsmen can just get under the ball and scoop it away.
Well, Az has gone to this field with 4 men out on the leg side and everybody inside the circle on the offside. That's the ball to bowl. Napier facing his first ball. No time to play yourself in. With just 9 balls left now. Top edge over the keeper. Perfectly safe, although a little bit of luck involved.
300 up for Essex. It's looking a better and better score now, isn't it? Average at around about 270, 280, we reckon, average winning score here. That shot. Easy as you like now with a helmet on. .39 balls for the last 100. That's incredible.
It's well bowled.
Did you see Azza then? How about hitting me down the ground, he's saying. Well, I'm afraid, Azza, that's the game when you started playing. It's a different game now.
Napier was trying his best to hit him down the ground. You want to be careful what you wish for when he's in the crease, I tell you. 1 over remaining, 302 for 6. It's a mammoth score by Essex.
Yeah, okay,
Well, we mentioned that the last 100 had come in just 39 balls. That's right, why really. All those tall blue buildings from around about the 33rd over onwards. Very damaging.
As has finished his bowling stint, I think he's quite pleased about that. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 64. So it's going to be John Lewis to finish. Slight variation on the theme. He had the 4 men out on the leg side. It's changing that fine leg coming up into the circle, and mid-off has gone back to long off. Clubbed away by Napier. He's only going to get 1 for it though. A tricky first outing as captain of Surrey for Graham Napier. Foster trying to get it up and over mid-off, can't do, gone. But brilliant piece of batting from him. Just 17 balls, 39 he made. Excellent.
Yeah, we queried why he'd come in ahead of Graham Napier, but he showed exactly why. 39 from 18. 5 4s and a 6, trying to get this one over Solanke at mid-off. He just couldn't quite do it. But they crossed, so Napier is on strike. That's the key thing for Essex right now, with 4 balls remaining as Foster goes for 39. Napier is on strike.
Yeah, we were thinking when Mika and Keedy were bowling in tandem for Surrey that 250 might be roundabout okay, and the ball might be just turning a bit. And Mika's bowling well, getting it to seam around.
Yeah, we've got to adjust our thinking, haven't we? So often you kind of think of scoring rates as it was in days gone by. It's a very, very different thing now with the 5 fielders inside. The rate can just go exponential at the end.
4 to come. 4.
Right, Tim Phillips, new batsman. But it's Napier on strike. Could be, oh no, just put down and they'll come back for 2. It's good running from Phillips.
I think Wilson had to go for it. One, it's Napier. Secondly, it wasn't travelling that quickly. It didn't appear as though it was going to bounce over him and go to the rope. Just got those fingertip ends on the ball. Very tough though.
3 to come. 3.
They just hurt a bit, huh? Yeah. Right on the end of the fingers. Expectation is high when Napier's at the crease. Bye. So 2 balls remaining. Tim Phillips on strike. Napier 5 from 5, not quite being able to locate the middle of the bat.
2 to come, Tim. 2 legs.
Way over in terms of time. Mind you, I'm not surprised with the ball's been going to all corners. The restart time is 7:45. That's only in 12 minutes time. Good shot from Phillips. He's hit that through extra cover. Will he get 4? Yeah, he can do what Napier's been unable to do.
Terrific shot, isn't it? Well, expecting fireworks from Napier, and then Phillips just steps a little inside the line. Plays a beautiful shot, very orthodox cover drive. Timed magnificently.
1 to come.
this total has concentrated the Surrey minds, I'm sure of that. There'll be no hanging back when they bat in 10 or 11 minutes time. Last ball of the innings. It's going leg side this time. They'll come back for 2.
You're in.
It's a very satisfactory 40 overs of batting as far as Essex are concerned. 312 for 7. With virtually every Essex batsman contributing. Been a chastening experience for Surrey's bowlers and their captain Vikram Solanki. They've had plenty of leather chasing to do through this evening. 127 from the last 10. And plenty to do for Ricky Ponting and co. So Wesley 34, Patini 43, Bopara 54, Shah 68, Foster a cameo 39 from just 18 balls. All that adds up to 312 for 7 in their 40 overs. Look away now, Surrey fans, those economy rates high. The best bowling coming from Mika and Keedy right in the middle there. They bowled excellently together. Apart from that though, very little to offer from Surrey's bowlers. So Surrey need 313 to win at close on 8 and over. We'll take a break now and be back with Michael Atherton and Charles Colville in a moment or two.
Welcome back to Chelmsford, where there has been some severe damage done to Surrey bowling figures between overs 30 and 40. Essex went from 200 to 300 in just 39 balls. Surrey didn't help themselves with a load of wides over 21. And all in all, that total from Essex is a pretty impressive one. But just bear in mind that yesterday they got 368 Essex against Scotland. So this surface that we're playing on, I think it is fair to say, Michael Atherton, as the light roller goes up and down, is laden with runs.
It is. I'm not going to get too close because he's going to damage my fingers, I think. Maybe we can now, but the only thing is that you'd say it's quite dry. And just this area here, whether you can see, it's quite dusty where the bowlers have followed through. So spinners will get a bit of purchase. Seamers will get some purchase if they bowl cutters as well. But as you say, a very flat-looking pitch.
But if you bowl cutters and it stands up, then you get whacked over there. And, you know, Rick, it'll be interesting to see whether Ricky Ponting, who is the past master of that pull shot, will be targeting that.
Well, that's a very short boundary there, certainly compared to over to the pavilion side, much shorter.
Now let's talk quickly about one or two things that we saw. The light roller continues to carry on up and down. Let's talk to start with about Oais Shah. He's a forgotten man as far as England is concerned, but today we got a typical example of what makes him such a dangerous proposition. Takes his time, gets himself in, and then plays outrageous and often conventional shots at the same time.
Yes, but does it time and again in pressure situations. I've always thought Oais Shah is an excellent cricketer, full stop, but particularly so in the middle order in one-day cricket, where he's got a kind of 360-degree zone, so very difficult for captains to set fields, very difficult for bowlers to know where to bowl at him, particularly these days now with 5 inside the circle. I mean, he is a captain's and bowler's nightmare. And very, very powerful player, strong wrists, great hands through the ball, very, very fast hands through the ball, very powerful player.
Well, he made 68 off 53 today. The other man who made serious runs was Papara, 54 from 58. But the guy I wanted to talk about quickly now is James Foster, the Essex captain. Again, another man who England looked at but decided couldn't really bat. But today we saw the inventive, the impish and the downright annoying if you were a Surrey bowler.
Yeah, typical wicket keepers innings really. You often see keepers getting down on one knee and helping the ball over the onside, which they do more and more now because the fine leg is off and up. And we queried why he'd come in instead of Napier, and he showed us exactly why. He out-hit a lot of the players there today with very inventive, as you say, and cheeky stroke play, just like that scoop there, which has now become a mainstay of the modern game.
But you know what makes him such a danger on this particular ground is he knows all his angles here, doesn't he? This is his home ground, and he's done it time and time again, and he knows where to scoop it and where to flick it.
Particularly scooping over your left shoulder there towards the scoreboard, and that's the shortest quadrant of the ground.
Just a quick word about the Surrey bowling. Obviously 21 wides is not acceptable from a Surrey point of view. What did you make of Keedy, of course, ex-Lancashire, bowled beautifully, got hit for 6 off his last ball, but otherwise was very difficult to get away.
Yeah, steady bowler, Gary Keedy, always has been, very, very experienced, and a good man to have in when it's flying, because he's been there on many occasions. I thought the wicketkeeper had a difficult day. Steve Davis had a very difficult day, and I didn't think much of the seam bowling was up to scratch.
But what about Mika?
Well, Mika looks promising, doesn't he? We were slightly surprised in commentary when you were talking with the captain, Gareth Batty, or non-playing captain, that they're almost trying to hide him and nurture him along, whereas if we're talking about him as an England prospect, the man to come in if Finn or Broad are injured, then you think, well, he's got to be taking a bit more responsibility, either with the new ball or particularly at the end of an innings, because that's really when you learn your trade.
Right, now then, let's talk about impassioned appeal there, which wasn't given out.
He's got pace, and he can manoeuvre the ball, reverse swing the ball. So particularly on the subcontinent, you say he's a flyer for England. But given England's injury problems at the moment and the fact there isn't actually a lot of strength in depth there, he can't be far away.
Right, now Surrey need 313 to win this game, and when you consider that Essex at one stage were, I think, 185 for 3 in 30, Surrey don't have to go ballistic to start with. They've got to keep wickets in hand. That has to be the main sort of
That is
plan.
the modern way now. Keep those wickets in hand, because you don't know what kind of damage you can do at the end of an innings with the field restrictions, a good pitch, big hitting batsmen like Davies and Ponting and whoever, then you can score plenty in the last 10 or 15 overs.
Do you like to have a bat on this?
Love to have a bat, but not chasing 300. I think it's enough. I think Essex are looking good.
And certainly not do the fielding or the bowling bit either. OK, I think we're just about done out here. Everybody seems to be getting themselves ready. The umpires are on their way. So as they come out and the Essex boys go through their last bit of warm-up, we better get off, Michael, otherwise we'll be in the way. And we'll get up to the commentary box now, where Nasser Hussain and Bob Willis are together.
Thanks, Charles. Yes, Steve Garrett and Mark Benson over halfway to the middle. Very short break for the players after the Essex innings extended till very nearly 25-8. Should have been concluded by 7:20. So not much of a break for the opening batsmen before they turn round and come out. Essex players are already warming up. Must be very hopeful of a victory here. There's a lot of runs to chase, even if this is a small ground. Vikram Solanki was telling us earlier that it's a very difficult ground to defend. But I'm expecting Essex to bowl a little bit better than Surrey, particularly in the seam department. The floodlights are on. They're not having any effect at all at the moment. It's a beautiful sunny evening. I've seen plenty of sunshine in June, and it's worth remembering before we ride off Surrey's chances that these two got off to a brilliant start in the rained-off match at Derbyshire. Stephen Davis and Jason Roy, very powerful players. So we're expecting a different sort of start to the innings that we saw from Essex. Essex like to lay a bit of a foundation, whereas Surrey really do try and take advantage of the first power play. So 8 overs of power play to begin with. I think Essex still deciding who's going to take the new ball. James Foster's the Essex captain. Will he have the nerve to bowl his spinner first at these two aggressive players who both like pace on the ball? Might be a good move. Stephen Davis and Jason Roy, the opening batsman. Looks like a spinner, Nasser.
Yeah, Essex often do that, just bowl one over a spin at the opening batsman while they're looking to get in. We saw this actually, Derbyshire do it, one over a spin in the rained-off game at Derby the other day. Didn't bowl particularly well, the spinner, got whacked, got cut for a couple of fours. Essex will hope that Phillips bowls a little bit better. Difficult day with the gloves so far for Steve Davis, but he's a fine batsman, really is a very good touch player. Likes pace on the ball. Let's see how he goes against spin up front.
Averaging very nearly 40 in this form of the game. Don't think they'll get back for two. Davis off the mark with that single then.
Very similar to the international game the other day at the Aegis Bowl. 132 in the last 10 overs New Zealand made, and this occasion 127 Essex made in the last 10. And the pressure of a run chase, you see there Jason Roy's stats. Are they going to keep wickets in hand? They're going to be brave, because a couple of dot balls, a good over, and the rate will go up and up and up, and then you start panicking. Pressure of scoreboard looking up at you. Modern ways to keep wickets in hand.
Won't beat mid-on. Tall figure of Reece Topley there. 19 years of age, the only teenager on the park. There's some granddads out there. Well, it hasn't bounced very much, but Mark Benson says not out.
Well, just on the length, it was that short. You'd think it's pitched outside leg stump. It's not going over, I know that much. Yeah, that short, it's got to be pitching outside leg.
Well, Essex will be very happy with this first over so far. Just 2 singles from the first 5 balls. So the Surrey opener's taken a little bit by surprise here. Looking forward to crashing the seamers around. People putting pace on the ball for them.
Three off the first over. Just wondering if they'll give him one more, Phillips, when he started so well. Just opening batsmen don't like to charge down the pitch in the first over and get stumped. Look pretty silly. They might give him one more.
That's the Surrey lineup. Plenty of stroke makers there. Some big hitters right the way down the order. More orthodox start from the river end. David Masters with the new ball there. There's a wide slip. That's Owe Shah, and Topley's the other catcher at a leg gully. Well, that's a poor start from Masters. Bit of a gift for Davis, really.
I was going to say, line and length bowler, Masters. That's his art. Doesn't start with that. Wrong line, wrong length. Davis just helped it on its way. Even if fine leg had been back, that would have been 4. Nowhere near Foster. Wasn't available for that first game we covered in the YB40, Essex, Hampshire, and Essex were abysmal from start to finish in the field that evening. I think Surrey have probably topped them just now, actually, in their bowling display. The number of wides they've let down. They like Masters with his experience and his control. Very much a line and length, doesn't mix it up. I think the opposite of Jade Dernbach. Just keeps it simple, hits top of off, not many variations.
That's what Masters is looking for. Very strong young man, Jason Roy. Hit a cricket ball a very long way.
At this pace, you've got to do something with the ball, though. 75 mile an hour. Just hits the seam. Just does a little bit. That's lovely bowling.
A lot of urgency in Masters' run-up. Here is Roy's performance in this competition this season. Likes to keep that strike rate above a runner ball there. Coming back. Well judged second run. 2 overs bowled then, 11 without loss. The original rate for Surrey was 7.83, so just about 8 runs an over required from ball 1. And Nasser Hussain is absolutely right, just a single over of spin from Phillips. And we're going to see Graham Napier from the Hayes Close end.
I might have actually given Phillips one more. Thinking of as a batsman, if they had given Phillips one more, the batsman would have thought, well, I've got to do something here. I can't just let Phillips bowl another one. Whereas Napier coming on, they'll think, well, he might give me something to hit. I think they're slightly happier to see Napier bowl, but probably want to keep a few overs of Phillips up their sleeve for when it does start turning.
Slip and a short mid-wicket, the close catches.
Foster just making sure his mid-off and mid-on are deep on that circle, especially the mid-on. With a short mid-wicket, mid-on can go right on the edge.
Well, success for Napier straight away. Didn't get much opportunity with the bat, but he's already made a contribution with the ball. A very, very useful all-round cricketer, Graham Napier. Essex through and through. He's dismissed Jason Roy for 2, and the visitors are 11 for 1.
And it was a 67-mile-an-hour delivery. Just rolled his fingers down behind the ball, took pace off it. Very clever bowling, completely deceived Roy with a slower ball. He's gone for 2, it's 11 for 1.
Jason Roy, bowled by Graham Napier for 2. The incoming batsman, number 42, Graham Napier.
For so long a stalwart of Worcestershire County Cricket Club, now the Surrey captain here at Chelmsford, Vikram Solanki in at first wicket down. No change to the field for Solanki.
Really interesting, the delivery to dismiss Roy, because it did do him for lack of pace, and the speed gun said 68 mile an hour. But you look at this out of the hand. Just almost put backspin on it, Bob. How difficult is that to bowl? Look at him, the batsman's gone.
Yeah, well through the shot, Roy, isn't he? Massive gate, he's absolutely livid with himself, and Napier celebrating.
Did you ever bowl the back spinner?
Don't recall so, no. So many variations these days, and talking about a Napier delivery under 70 miles an hour, he's capable of bowling 90 mile an hour delivery, is Napier.
What it did do was just make the seam wobble as well, actually, a little bit, and it hit that seam and nipped back in. He knew exactly what he was doing, that's why he was so pleased with it.
No!
And again, down at 68 miles an hour. Great to see a cricketer changing halfway through his career, learning something new, something different. We haven't seen that from Napier. Look at that change of speeds.
Solanki, a similar player to Owen Shah, he likes to play himself in first, but warm round of applause for Graham Napier. Successful first over, a wicket made. Surrey 11 for 1.
You make your way to reception to claim your prizes. You can claim them on a first come first served places. There are 4 prizes and they are the winning tickets.
Masters to Davis. Man out there at square leg to the left-hander, sensibly has got the sunglasses on. Not easy on that side of the field. Looking into that setting sun. Crowd love evening cricket here at Chelmsford. Club was one of the first to put back the starts of their T20 matches to later in the evening.
Foster up to the stump, something that Davis didn't do early on.
Oh, down, with. Run him out, Swan, run him out. Oh, left, Swan. Take him.
Back for 2. Solanke off the mark. Took him 7 balls to open his account.
The batsman having a good YB40 tournament. Very good player, Vikram Solanke. Super player. Really is. Very pleasing on the eye. Hope I don't put him off here, but he is a good player.
Oh!
Another 37-year-old in this Surrey lineup. Same age as Sander de Bruyn and Jonathan Lewis. One down to Topley at third man, 15 for 1. Two overs for 12 for David Masters. Napier starting his second over, a wicket maiden under his belt already. It's always a bit of a luxury for a bowler when you come across a player like Solanke or Shah in limited overs cricket. You get a few deliveries away that they're going to play defensively when they're playing themselves in.
Yeah, it is, but I think on this occasion it's down to good bowling from Napier. Hasn't bowled anything wide. Solanke with that big backlift and good hands is looking for anything outside the off stump. And also this slower ball, I think, and now Napier goes off a short run, another variation.
Good pace generated that from about a 5-pace runner. It's very strong upper body strength, Graham Napier. We've seen that when he bats. Back to his longer run now. Always plenty of encouragement for the bowlers when Essex are in the field. Good surprise bouncer.
Excellent so far, 5 dots. He's bowled 11 deliveries now, Napier, without conceding a run. And that's pushed the required run rate up to 8.5 and over. Close to being a wide. Now he's just got to go back to his stock delivery and make Solanke do something special here.
Wow. Well, it's another maiden for Napier. And that is very, very painful.
Ouch. You can hear that from up here. Inside edge onto knee. At 84 miles an hour as well. 2 maidens on the bounce for Graham Napier. What a start. There's parts of your leg that the pad just can't protect. The inside of it, inside edge. And he goes down in installments just as the... ouch. That's going to hurt for a while. He's up though, unlike David Lloyd at Perth all those years ago. He's back up. Oh, that's nearly a caught and bowl chance. Inside edge onto power. What start is this is from Essex, from the side that we saw a month or so ago, their first game. This is a completely different outfit.
Well, they bounced back from that defeat, Nasser, didn't they? They went up to Chester Street and beat Durham convincingly. Excellent showing with the bat earlier this evening. Surrey already needing very nearly 9 and over.
Holding me up. Yeah.
Well, that's a better shot from Davis. Third man up in the circle, just angled it past him. A much needed boundary.
That's his shot. Anything just outside off stump. He's very sweet. Doesn't try and overhit. He's got lovely hands and he just times it. Hardly hits the ball, he just caresses it. Nice timer of the ball.
Not far away here, Dave. Not far, bud. Stuff for that, real good here, boy. What's it, Hodder?
There's the next man in.
Real good here, boys. Hey, come on, lads.
There's plenty to do.
It's funny, isn't it? They all say length, don't bowl length, length can disappear, but Masters just continues to bowl length. With a new ball, you've always got a chance.
Nice here, your holiday, not far away, boy. Down, great area, Dave. Let's go, boys, let's go.
It was a good comeback at the end of the over from Masters. Just the boundary from the over, 19 for 1 from 6. The same stage, Essex had already made 41 without loss. And that was before the fireworks were lit.
Yeah, something's got to give here. Solanke and Davis have enough experience to realise that, even with Ricky Ponting in the sheds. They've got to do something here. They can't let this run rate get up to 10 and over. They really can't. Has skidded on nicely under lights. Two very good new ball bowlers in Napier and Masters. And Solanke's got to do something about Napier in particular. 12 dots on the bounce, Napier.
This time Mark Benson signals the wide. Well, there's a bit of frustration shown by Solanke there.
Yeah, he realised he needed a boundary. Not the way he was looking to get it. Pressure was building, so many dots. Inside edge beats everyone.
Good response from Graham Napier. Bowling with great gusto here.
Solanke making Napier wait, even off this short run. Napier's in.
Yes, Wes, take him.
Again, just subtle changes in speeds from Napier. It's something that Sean Pollock used to do really well. Just change it around slightly. There's a 75 just sneaked in there without anyone noticing. Just varying it nicely.
Solanke's got it away again.
Slightly knew what he was doing then. He realised fine leg was up. Looking at the pitch, it just stuck in the pitch again. It was another one of those deliveries that Napier just rolls his fingers. He dragged it down. They've needed this over, Surrey.
Sorry, I've never chased down a total of this magnitude against Essex in any form of one-day cricket, even back in the days of 60-over cricket. Their best effort was at Guildford, at really high scoring ground, where they made 310 for 7 off 45 overs. .31 for 1.
Right-hander, lads.
Yeah, still a great discrepancy there. 17 runs the difference.
Keep standing up the seam here, Davey. Come on, Davey. Come on, cheeky pose here. Come on, cheeky pose here.
Very impressive, Masters and Napier. They concede a boundary, get right back to length and line. Masters want Shah out of the slip cordon now. Final over the mandatory power play.
Brilliant, Dave. Brilliant, Davey.
Well, not many of Solanke's runs have come where he was expecting them to. But he's still there, he's 15 not out. Davis has 14, he's had much less of the strike, Stephen Davis.
Again, Essex just mixing up their pace. It was Masters now down at 66 mile an hour. Just bowling a little cutter. Charles Colville and Michael Atherton in the middle at the break. Just saying vary it a little bit. Just a little leg cutter, just making it wobble a little bit, taking pace off the ball.
Well caught. Owe Sharp picking up the wicket of Stephen Davis, a very valuable one for Essex. And Surrey in strife here. Ricky Ponting's in next. They might need him. They're 32 for 2.
Just one man catching there at gully. A bit of a gut feeling from Masters and the skipper Foster, and it works. Davis has gone for 14. Surrey struggling, 32 for 2.
David Masters for 14. Incoming batsman, please give a warm welcome to Ricky Ponting.
Well, the kit may be unfamiliar, but the face certainly isn't.
Right, I'm over to you. Left centre. Three.
Another player who likes to play himself in, but he hasn't got long here. Required run rate of 9 and over. Shah's back to an orthodox slip position. The end of Stephen Davis.
He was trying to get it down there. There was no third man. There was a gap between Shah and backward point. It was a very small gap. It ended up in the hands of Shah. It was a decent catch as well because it was travelling.
He's on his way.
Brilliant, that hard.
Steady stats then. 13,378, 13,704. Say no more. Pretty good.
168 test matches.
Great time on the pole here. Steve, one left.
One to come.
Last ball of the first power play.
Brilliant on that.
And it's belonged to the bowlers, Essex. Surrey are 33 for 2. Essex made 56 for 1 from their power play. Shortage of boundaries as far as Surrey are concerned. A fine piece of bowling by Napier to dismiss Jason Roy. A couple of streaky boundaries from Vikram Solanki. And Davis picked up by Owais Shah. 11 for 1, 32 for 2, now 33 for 2. In the commentary box now, Michael Atherton and Charles Colville.
Thanks, Bob. Napier to continue. He's got excellent figures, 1 for 12. That'll be a wide, though, I would think. Yep. Benson signals. Get the impression that Surrey aren't quite sure how to play this. They know they don't want to go off hell for leather and lose wickets with rash shots. But then again...
So they've gone off slowly and lost wickets.
Yes, well, there we are. Scoreboard pressure, I mean, to score 300 runs at the outset, I mean, it's immense, isn't it? You've got to try and clear your head and just ignore that, I guess, to start with.
Yeah, but I do think you've got to have a fairly simple and straightforward strategy how you're going to go about chasing. Are you going to go hard at the top? Are you going to keep wickets in hand? As you say, they've fallen a little bit in betwixt and between. Now they've gone off like a train, but lost wickets in doing so.
Good work by Napier. Crunching drive, but there's only going to be a single in it. Just can't find the boundaries at the moment. Mind you, Essex to start with didn't necessarily go as strongly as they did towards the end. I think they were 185 for 3 at 30 overs, and that's when Foster came in and suddenly all hell was let loose. Ponting's got a little time to get himself in. He doesn't have to go ballistic yet. That's well bowled.
Yes, to compare the two teams, I think Essex will be very disappointed if they bowl as badly as Surrey did and if they give away as many extras as Surrey did. So there's two things in their favour. We saw them at the start of the year against Hampshire when they bowled appallingly. They look a better side now with key players back. They look more confident.
That's out. That is certainly out. The middle stump flattened on its back. Napier beside himself with delight. He's got Ponting as a scalp, and the former Australian captain looks a bit bemused by it all.
He does. He took a little look at the pitch, and no matter whether he's 38 or 24, whether it's a test match or a one-day international or a county game, if you've got Ricky Ponting in your pocket, that is a great scalp to have. And it was a good ball as well. It nipped back, didn't it? And Ponting playing hard, pushing hard at the ball, created that gate and lost his middle stump. So Napier having a good time of it with the ball. 2 for 17 from form. Ponting, the great Ponting, gone for 2.
Well, what a moment for Graham Napier. No wonder he's all smiles. 2 for 17, his figures from his 4 overs. 4 overs, 2 maidens. 2 for 17. And is there a better sight for anybody, especially if he's an Englishman, to see Ponting's middle stump go walkabout like that?
No arguments over it, were there? Middle stump absolutely flattened. It was a beauty. Nipped back sharply.
All smiles, Graham Napier. So he's got 2 wickets, including Ponting. And I would think most of the Essex boys think that that is a job half done almost by getting Ponting and Roy.
Well, they ought not to be thinking that way, but perhaps they'd be inhuman if they didn't let that kind of a thought creep in their head. But there's a long way to go in this game yet. Surrey have still got some good players. You don't want to let your standards slip. That's what Essex must be thinking.
Solanke on strike. New batsman at the other end, by the way, is Gary Wilson. Arrived at the Oval as the understudy keeper. Not a great set of stats.
It's an understatement, Charles.
Down,
46 matches.
I love that.
A bit of disarray, your old club, aren't they? Look a bit down in the dumps, a bit low on confidence.
I would imagine if you just been smashed for 312, you'd be looking a bit down in the dumps as well.
Down.
Slower ball.
But I must say, it's good to see Essex looking sharp again after that game that we did at the start of the year, when I think we were all critical of the way that they bowled in particular. Obviously getting key players back has helped them, but they look a much sharper outfit tonight, which is good to see.
Down. Great dots here, great dots on that one. Real good bricks, boys, good bricks here. Excellent for you here, excellent here, boys. Pushing it up here, boys, pushing it up here, great dots. No left piece, leave halfway.
2 to come.
Oh, big shot coming here, big shot coming. Little cloth there. Down. Yes, 10. I'll have it on the full, 10, I'll have it on the full.
Excellent over this from Masters.
Middle, Gary. You've got 1 to
Just
come.
a single off it. So Essex really turning the screw on Surrey here, finding life very difficult indeed. Wilson about to take strike for the first time.
Oh!
10 overs gone, a quarter of the way through the innings. 39 for 3, Surrey. Well, if you are joining us for the first time, you've missed a bit of a run fest, courtesy of the likes of Bapara, Shah, Foster. Away Shah top scored. There was some violence carried out as Essex scored 100 off 39 balls towards the back end of their innings to go from 200 to 300. That's the Foster scoop. And they have knocked over 3 Surrey batsmen in this Surrey run chase, including Ricky Ponting, out for 2 after 5 balls. Vikram Solanke, today's acting captain for Surrey, is still there, 19 from 33. Napier and Masters have been quite outstanding.
Doesn't look quite right to me when Napier just comes in off that very short run. He's bowling beautifully, and then he comes occasionally off a really short run, and it looks as though he just got too many strides to get in. He's a big bloke, and he takes time to get going. Just not sure he needs to try that short run.
Vikram Solanki keeps gesturing that it's cutters and the fingers are being rolled over the ball and it's just sticking in the pitch. It's not quite the batting paradise it was when Shah and Foster were smashing it to all parts. Crisply driven and away for 4.
Yes, it was crisply driven. Can just have a look back at Ricky Ponting's dismissal, because the ball before was a good one as well from Graham Napier. Had Ponting pushing at a ball that just kicked a bit off a length and moved away. And the very next ball, not far short of a similar line and a length, but darting back sharply. I'm not sure exactly that Napier meant those two balls to behave as they did, but if you run up and hit the seam, you're going to get a bit of movement either way.
When Ponting played the shot that he got out to, there was some sort of lurch, and he was almost as if he thought the ball had kept low on him, or was it just his timing was out? What happened? What went wrong?
Australian players tend to go hard at the ball. They're brought up on pitches that tend to come on, and they're going to push hard at the ball. And obviously the situation as well, where you're looking to be aggressive. Normal circumstances, you'd play defensively to that with your bat and pad together and wouldn't create a gate for the ball to go through. It's just going down the leg side. Look how hard Ponting goes at the ball. Boom. When it nips back, you're in trouble. Takes a long, long look at the pitch. And his middle stump.
And then the pitch again. All a terrible conspiracy, and Graham Napier hasn't stopped smiling since he knocked him over.
Sorry, whose tip were they for the YB40? Charles, I'm sure somebody tipped them up start of the season. Who was your tip? Sorry, it wasn't yours. Did you tip a side?
No, I wasn't
not asked.
I wasn't. I wasn't asked. I'm not that stupid. You see my record as a tipster.
I'm sure Nick Knight went with Yorkshire. I went with Somerset.
Well, we're going to see Somerset tomorrow. Up at Lords, are you doing that game, or are you?
No.
Are you having a rub down and a preparation for the last ODI of the New Zealand series?
Strength and conditioning tomorrow.
Strength and conditioning. Yeah,
must be NASA then. By process of elimination, it must have been NASA's choice, I think. Sorry.
Ian, maybe?
NASA, I think. Ian Ward went Hampshire on this very night here at Chelmsford when Essex played Hampshire. Right at the start of the season, we all gave our picks.
Nice, on the hod.
But Nasser has owned up to it at the back of the box, reluctantly.
The night is young.
Brilliant team on. Good team on. Brilliant, brilliant.
End of the 12th over, and it's 49 for 3.
Graham Napier, 6, 3 Scotland.
Well, it's a tall order, 264 more needed from 28 overs. They need something from Vikram Solanki. Wilson is with him on 6, and still to come Azhar Mahmood and Xander De Bruyne. And then Jewell, Lewis, Mika and Keedy. Now we have a change of bowling at the Hayes close end, because Reece Topley is into the attack. He's going to bowl left arm round the wicket.
Yeah, be interested to have a look at him tonight, because he's spoken highly of in these parts, but didn't have a good night when we were here right at the start of the season. Promising left arm bowler, according to those in the know around here.
Well, that's very full. It's a no ball for being over waist height, and it should be a little bit of a warning.
What it did do, actually, as it passed the batsman, it started to just swing away towards, well, the non-existent slips. You can see it just starting to go. That's why it was given no ball, because it was over waist height.
That's out. So Surrey's misery continues to grow apace here. Solanki caught on the back foot when he probably should have been forward. Bowled by Topley. Let us wonder whether the ball before unnerved him a little bit.
Yeah, it's a fair point. He could have been unnerved by the high nature of the full toss that was called a no ball, and also the swing away that I pointed out, whereas this one actually came back in with the arm. It just kept going on the angle. So it's done for acting captain Solanki, who's gone for 22, and Surrey in some disarray, 51 for 4.
Bowled 22 by Reece Topley. Incoming batsman Azhar Mahmood.
Right, left arm round, 4 balls left. That is 2.
Well, we've got two Wilsons batting. This is Azza Mahmood masquerading as Gary Wilson. And at the other end, we've got Gary Wilson masquerading as Gary Wilson. So Azza's obviously short of a bit of kit because his long sleeve sweater was Gareth Batty's. So he's wearing Wilson's short sleeve sweater. I suppose he's using his own bat pads.
Well, there's that swing again from Topley, away from the right-hander. That's why the slip is in place. From round the wicket, it's not an easy ball to bowl, that. It just starts to tail away. Great Wasim Akram perfected the art of using the angle and then moving the ball away from the right-hander. And again, beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. So let's have a look at the two deliveries to Solanke. The one, the ball before, which may have unnerved him and may have also made him feel that the ball was going to swing away, when this one just kept going in on the angle. Knocked the leg stump out of the ground.
He seemed to get stuck on the crease, didn't he? Should he have been either further back or pushing forward? It's a horrible shot.
And those two catches in, that's good to see. James Foster on the attack. Yeah, well, this sideways on will give us a good look at the footwork, which is virtually non-existent. Stuck on the crease.
Well, it's a pretty impressive over that by Reece Topley, his first in the game. A no ball, a single, but the wicket of Vikram Solanke means he's got figures of 1 for 3 after 1 over.
Not much to come, is there, after De Bruyne?
Well, here comes Ravi to have a bowl. Asked to play in this game, if you're just joining us for the first time this evening. He batted pretty well earlier on. As I say, asked to play in the game because he felt he was not getting enough cricket, just sitting watching England's batsman, which didn't include him, make a mess of it against New Zealand. So he's come down here, got this game under his belt, got some runs. Now a little bit of bowling would help cement his cause. And he's hoping that maybe the selectors will give him the nod on Wednesday.
Well, it's a good time to come on, isn't it? With Surrey 52 for 4. Two new batsmen at the crease who'll just have to take a bit of time to get themselves in. Not that time is on their side, with the rate almost at 10 and over now, the required rate.
Beautiful living beat.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, how things can change in the space of 10 minutes. The end of the Essex innings, the ball was flying to all parts, and there was the 10-minute in between where the light roller trundled up and down. You and I had a bit of a chat, and since then batting has become an absolute totally perilous occupation.
Yeah, it's not just that, though. When you look at Surrey, they look a little bit like Essex did when we did that game at the start of the season. They just look like a team who are a bit short on confidence, which can happen to every team. You go through a bit of a trot and people aren't in the best of form. That's how it looks from a distance, at least.
Oh, that's crept along the ground a little bit, kept low. But Wilson's managed to get some sort of inside edge on it. 14 overs gone, it's 53 for 4.
I reckon this did too much. It was a big appeal from Bapara, but on the angle, did it do too much? Was it an inside edge?
Looks like it was pad then bat.
Yeah, I can see now why Bapara looked a bit more disgruntled, and I thought he had a right to look. After that, I just thought the amount of movement initially at real speed, ball was going down the leg side. I'm not so sure now.
Bruce Topley bowling left arm round the wicket. Would you prefer to see him going over and therefore bringing, if he can swing it as he appears to be, over the wicket would be a much tougher proposition for the batsman?
Not if he's taking it away from the right-hander. Got that angle coming in and then he's starting to straighten it up. That's a tough delivery for the right-hander to play, and he's got those two slips wide as they are waiting. Haven't really seen him swing anything back. The one that got Solanke just came back on the angle. So if he's over the wicket and swinging it all the way, a right-hander can just leave the ball easily. Just leave everything outside his eye line. Whereas when he's round the wicket, because the angle is coming in, it makes it much more difficult. Remember that brilliant piece of bowling, Wasim Akram, 1992 World Cup final. Was it Alan Lamb and Chris Lewis, consecutive deliveries?
Yeah, absolutely. The big
wicket,
big in swinger, and then the one that swung in
the other way,
nipped away.
Fantastic.
Just past that second slip, or that wide third slip, really. End of the over. 15 overs gone, so only 4 singles off that over. 57 for 4. This Surrey innings is going nowhere slowly. The asking rate is over 10.
Seen him bowl very well.
Amazing, isn't it, how much the ball seems to be doing. Side batting first creams 300, and now Bapara and Topley making the ball talk. Remember the last ball at Bapara ball, nipped back a long way. This one swung out, genuinely swung.
Great dots, Rav.
Life's not getting any easier here for the Surrey batsmen. Essex are really on top. It's been an outstanding performance by the Eagles, and it'll take them top of the table tonight. And they'll be keen to keep Surrey to as low a total as possible here, so their net run rate really rockets up. That's sconned Wilson, Azhar Mahmood rather.
You just don't expect to see this from Ravi Bopara. You expect to see him bustling in and scuttling the ball through a bit, but not hitting batsmen on the head.
One for the eyebrows.
Two singles from the over. It's good bowling by Ravi Bopara. It's 59 for 4.
Let's go, boys. Come on, hustle around here.
So the required rate, 10.58 runs per over, 254 needed from 144 balls. If Surrey were to get these, it would be entertaining viewing. Here are Bob Willis and Paul Allen.
Thanks, Charles. Well, Surrey have no option but to just try and play a shot of ball now, really. Quite tricky against the likes of Topley and Bopara, who started to get a bit of movement out there through the air and off the seam. Slightly slower ball. I don't know whether it just came off the pitch a bit slower, very nearly getting to Patini at mid-off. More than one Surrey batsman's had a look at the pitch in a quizzical fashion.
Well, they could have had first use of it, Paul, couldn't they? They won the toss. They chose to bowl first. Could have batted on it. Certainly the Essex lower order didn't have any problems with it.
Knowing that it was a good pitch as well, it was used yesterday in another YB40 match, and Essex batted really well on it. So they're going to change character overnight. The swing there from Topley round the wicket, getting it to go away from the right-hander. It's good bowling. Field is in that slip cordon waiting, that third slip and fifth slip. He's bowling those, he'll want 1 and 2 slips in as well as the other 2.
Maurice Topley burst on the scene last year, still only 19 years of age.
Finding it rather difficult, Mr. Wilson. 62 for 4.
Well, this is painful for Surrey, isn't it? Wilson 8 from 20 deliveries, Mahmood 8 from 14. A few long faces.
Spectacular innings from Essex to get them up to 312. Following it up with some pretty useful bowling. Swing from Bapara. I didn't see too many of that type of delivery from the Surrey bowlers. Certainly not with that accuracy.
Well, I think one of the reasons Ravi Bapara was included in England's Champions Trophy squad was because of his bowling. I think he's got a pretty good record bowling for England in one-day cricket in this country. Yorker after Yorker at the moment.
Yeah, showing good control. Well, he's got to play, really, hasn't he? On the face of it, he's got to come in and bat at maybe at number 6 and play as the 5th bowler. You could probably share the 5th bowling duties between Bapara and Root. Wilson marooned 8 from 20. Balls Wilson's faced, 22 balls now, 16 dot balls. Looking down this Surrey team list, Bob, I can't see too many home produced players in Surrey ranks. Jason Roy, I suppose, Jewell and Mika, and that's it. All the others are imported.
Yes, Paul, I've been very critical of the way Surrey have gone about getting their team together. They used to pride themselves in their underage sides and system.
Well, another fine over from Bapara, just 2 singles from it, 18 gone, 64 for 4 now. Well, there's the man in charge, or 2 of them actually, Adams and Salisbury. Got the ages of them as well. Solanke 37, Ponting 38, Hazem Mahmood 38, Xander de Bruin 37, John Lewis 37, Gary Keeley 38. It's extraordinary. Edged and over the top of the slips.
And a much needed boundary for Surrey. Topley, like Bapara, Napier, Masters before him, have bowled beautifully here.
Yeah, good control and getting the ball to swing as well. Seam presented beautifully by Topley. Bowling with 2 catches in for Wilson. Slightly unorthodox positions, but they're catches nonetheless.
It's very much to Essex's credit they've managed to bounce back from that early season defeat against Hampshire, and they'll be top of the table this evening when they've won this match. Group B, some good sides in it. Essex will go to 8 points with this victory here, and they'll have a better net run rate than Hampshire.
Going to improve that net run rate today as well. unless something spectacular happens. Well, it's a bit of a swipe, but it's worked nicely. All the way for 6.
Already Surrey need more than 2 boundaries and over. Magnificent clean strike of a cricket ball. As a Mahmood, that's why he's in such great demand around the world to play in T20 cricket.
Oh, good comeback, really good from Topley. Slightly fuller ball, which allowed the ball to swing. Azhar Mahmood getting a touch of his own medicine here. Not even sure how Topley gets that ball to do that. The seam's angling in as though it's set for an in-swinger to the right-hander. It's a great shot. On the up, through extra cover. Also a great diving stop from Patini as well. 19 gone, 77 for 4. Let's bring you up to date with some other scores. County Championship game, match drawn between Notts and Sussex. Sussex 223 for 6 in their second innings and the final innings of the game. And another warm-up match for the upcoming Champions Trophy. South Africa playing Pakistan. South Africa 202 for 9. Pakistan comfortable winners, 207 for 4 with 4.5 overs to spare. Well, if Bopara can get the ball to swing, reverse or otherwise, after 16, 17, 18, 19 overs, it's something that the England bowlers haven't been able to do in their 2 recent games. That alone is a reason to get him in the side, Bob.
Brilliant, Rav.
Well, now England have lost that one-day series with New Zealand, there is an opportunity to experiment in the last game.
It'll mean changing the makeup of the side, won't it? England like to go in with 5 specialist bowlers. Another late in-swinging Yorker.
Tenduscarter here with the shot at the single stump.
Essex sharper all round than Surrey have been.
Good stop that by Foster. His weight was going one way, quick reactions to stop that ball speeding away to the boundary.
Very few balls hitting the middle of the bat with any certainty at all. Halfway in terms of overs, Surrey flagging 81 for 4.
The next cricket taking place here at the Essex County Ground is the Chelmsford Cricket Festival Association with Spire Hearts and Hospital Brentwood. From Wednesday the 12th to Sunday the 16th of June. pass tickets available both the LD60 and the YB40 game.
Middle of a good spell from Ravi Bapara. 4 overs, none for 9. Topley's bowled well as well, 1 for 22 from his 4 overs. Surrey are being strangled here, trying to chase 313. They need well over 11.5 and over from here on in.
That's right, Paul. Essex were 117 for 2 after 20 overs, so Surrey already miles behind in terms of runs and wickets. James Foster must be very pleased with his troops. The loose-limbed Topley's in again from the Hayes close end.
Just got one catcher now. He's just gone to about third slip. Good slower ball to start the over, appreciated by Azza. Topley was the leading wicket taker in the Under-19 World Cup. Played in Australia, 19 wickets in 6 matches, an average of 9.1. India won that tournament, England didn't, but still a pretty good performance from Topley. Skewing away off the outside edge.
It's quite a modern occurrence to see left-arm seam bowlers bowling round the wicket. I guess Wasim Akram was the first one to do it on a regular basis. So used to seeing left-arm seamers bowl over the wicket with the ball angling across the right-handed batsman, or if they're particularly skillful, swinging back into them to trap them LBW, or bowling them through the gate when they're looking for that ball moving away towards the slips. Different skills in the one-day game.
Well, the reason Topley's so effective when it comes off is that he gets the ball to swing away from the right-hander from round the wicket. All the angles are dictating that the ball's going to come back into the right-hander, but if they just get it to swing a fraction towards the offside, then it makes it very, very difficult indeed. Confusion, but sorted themselves out eventually.
Well, with 2 runs of ball needed, Azza Mahmood is gearing himself up for some big hitting. He was looking to move away to the leg side, hit that Topley delivery away from through the offside.
Catches the cry, but that's nicely placed wide of mid-off for 4. Good finish to the over. 89 for 4 from 21. Have a look at the wickets that have fallen already. Napier initially with a slower ball to get rid of Roy. Good catch and good field placing, good planning from Masters. That'll be the one that Napier will remember for a while. Ponting ball, middle stump, flattened. And then the captain with his leg stump uprooted by Reece Topley.
It was 11 for 1, 32 for 2, 38 for 3 and 51 for 4. So this pair have put on 38, but it's taken quite a while, 52 balls. So 224 needed from the last 19 overs. Tim Phillips took the new ball, bowled a single over from the Hayes close end.
Well, we saw Gary Keady bowling a really nice spell, a slow left arm spin for Surrey. Got the pace right, bowled it slowly, 47, 48 miles an hour. Got the ball to turn. Snappy fielding from Masters and a good take from the keeper Foster, but has him a mood in.
No, stay in here, please. I'll free them.
Thanks, Foggy.
Love watching Foster keep. It's one of the highlights of watching Essex. How neat and tidy he is.
Sorry, Chief, sorry.
Standing up to the stumps, taking the returns. A bit of thinking to do as well as captain, get his field right.
Oi, yours Pip, who's got bowlers? Who's got bowlers? Timmy.
Oh, sorry, not prepared to take the spinner on yet. They're quickly running out of time here.
Straight back over the bowler's head. Bit of aggression at last from Wilson.
Well, they need 3 4s and over, really.
Down, Raf. Very good boy, good effort. Nice Timbo. Swampo up, Swamp! Chiefy.
Interesting field on the offside 3 behind square, saving 1. Phillips having to do his own fielding out towards mid-wicket. 8 off the over, 97 for 4.
Yeah, in spite of that boundary, only 8 runs from the over, so the required rate 12 and over still. Vast difference in the progress of the 2 innings. Absolutely sped away in those last 10 overs, Essex. Rapara 4 overs for 9 runs. He's coming on now at the Hayes close end, replacing Topley.
Essex scored 127 from the last 10 overs.
Still a lot of thought going into this field placing, despite the position that Essex are in.
Third man going back, mid-off coming up into the circle.
Well, the way Bapara's performing, we might see him included in that England 11 pool. Doing a great job here.
Yeah, good that he's been given the chance, or asked for the chance, to come and play here as well. Spooned over the top of mid-wicket, not quite high enough to be a no ball, I don't think.
Back that.
Yes, we saw James Taylor do the same thing, didn't we? He wanted to play for Nottinghamshire in a YB40 match before representing the Lions. Can miss out on quite a lot of cricket if you're in a national squad but not in the final 11.
Impressive Yorker. Been 2 or 3 of them in this over already. Hundreds up for Surrey. Not much of a milestone in the context of this game of cricket. Outside the line, I think. Just 3 from the bat off the over and a leg by. 101 for 4. Wilson going for the little paddle sweep. Yeah, outside the line by quite some distance when he was hit by the ball.
Pleading appeal from Bapara, but umpire Benson quite right. 101 for 4 from 23. Long chat between Mahmood and Wilson mid-pitch. Surely something's got to give now. 12.5 and over needed. 6 wickets in hand. Someone's got to be prepared to give their wicket away to hit some boundaries for Surrey.
Good Pippi.
It's 4 fielders outside the circle, but it's the inside the circle fielders that are interesting here. Look at those 3. Square behind square and short third man on the offside. Adventurous sweep from Azhar Mahmood brings him a boundary.
Well, at last, emergency from Azhar Mahmood. Gets his strike rate up to a run a ball. But Surrey need better than 2 runs a ball.
Come on, Pip, not far away here, bang in front here, Pippi. One mistake here, lads, one mistake here. Come on, boys. Yours, Pip, bowler, who's got bowler, Rev?
He'll get 2 here. It's good running.
Nice, Timmy.
Big gap in the leg side because 2 fielders out on the boundary. It means that Phillips has to do all his own fielding in front of the wicket on the leg side.
We've got 4 on.
Sweep, not making contact. I'm surprised there wasn't a bit of a bigger appeal for LBW there.
Yes, please.
Might have been a bit high, might have bounced a touch.
Catch, hurry!
Just helped over the back over the bowler's head, and we'll go for 4. Controlled stroke from Wilson.
Partnership extends to 62. And finally some boundaries flowing for Surrey. 200 needed from 97.
1-1-3 for 4.
Benny. Power play coming. Pole, please. Could you hear that pole power play, please?
24 overs bowled then. Batting power play being taken. To describe it for you, Nasser Hussain and Charles Colville.
Yeah, I think Gary Wilson and Nazar Mahmood have decided that they're going to have a go. They might as well have a go now. Partnership 62 off 70. They need an enormous amount of runs, 200 from 96. But earlier in the day, Essex went from 100 to 200 in 39 balls, or rather from 200 to 300 in 39 balls. But it does seem, Nasser, that the ball has done more this evening under the lights, but that's just because it's just suddenly started. The atmosphere's changed slightly. I don't know. What's your explanation?
Well, I think the ball has reverse swung all day. The difference in the Surrey innings, if you remember, they changed the ball twice. They got it reversing, and then the umpires changed it, and Solanke was not amused. Then they got the next one reversing, and the last ball that Keedy bowled got whacked into the river. So they got another one. At the moment, Essex have just had the one ball, which they've got reverse swinging, and with the likes of Napier and Topley and Bopara, it's perfect.
Well, with this batting power play being taken, Essex have turned back to Napier. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24, and one of those two was Ricky Ponting. It was a terrific piece of bowling by Graham Napier, and a great sight for the Essex fast bowler to see Ponting's middle stump go walkies.
Just a change in personnel here, same field. Ryan Tenderscarter, one of the quickest men in county cricket, patrolling that short boundary at long on. Masters has been ordered to short third man. The opening bowler, go and have a little graze at third man.
Good start by Napier, firing in the Yorker.
Yeah, I much prefer it this way around. I know the likes of Paul Allott would agree that go Yorker, Yorker, and then your variation is the slower ball. Seems to me at the moment it's the other way round. It's like slower ball, then Yorker.
That's out. Napier comes back and picks up his third. Nazar Mahmood 36 from 38. But he's gone the same way as Ricky Ponting before him. Bold Napier.
Hit the hole. Said that earlier today. Alistair Cook on interview yesterday evening said not enough of the England bowlers were hitting the hole. And that's exactly what Napier's done there. Absolutely perfect. A little bit of reverse swing under Mahmood's bat. He's gone for 36, 113 for 5.
Incoming batsman, 58 under the green.
Well, Xander de Brain is the new man in. 113 for 5, Surrey, needing 313 to win. It's a very tall order. Interesting to see what attitude de Brain has here. Is he just going to basically get a bit of middle practice and try and get Surrey's net run rate as best protected as he possibly can? Or is he going to really throw caution to the wind? Oh, that's out. He's got too far across. And De Bruyne has gone LBW first ball. And suddenly Napier's on a hat-trick.
What a spell this is from Napier. Say what you want about Surrey being in disarray, but it's down to the Essex bowling. Long way across, swinging in, that's out. That's hitting middle and leg stump. Another full swinging delivery. Napier's on a hat-trick. 4 for 24 his figures at the moment. And Essex all over Surrey. De Bruyne first ball duck, 113 for 6.
Incoming batsman, Tom Gill.
What an evening this is proving to be for Graham Napier. That was the first wicket of this little spell. And then what was Xander De Bruyne doing? He got right across outside off stump. Except he left a foot smack bang in front of middle, and that was that.
The big shot first up, wasn't it? When it's reverse swinging to go all the way across. Stand in front of your stumps. Young Jewel comes in on a hat-trick.
He got stuck in the traffic earlier on. He got here late. He got smacked all round the park, and now he's in on a hat-trick. How's his day going to finish?
Just about to find out, Charles. Go for the low back lift.
Leg slipping, curious. Oh, big appeal, and there it is! Napier does the hat-trick! Jules gone first ball. He's LBW. And Graham Napier has taken a hat-trick and has the extraordinary figures of 5 for 24.
What a reaction from Essex and Napier. Unbelievable. Full straight. If he didn't hit it, it was absolutely plumb. Yep, gone. Great reaction from Napier. I think he's quite pleased, Charles. Ponting and a hat-trick on the same evening. And Jules' day didn't get much better.
He's got to drive home yet. 113 for 7. Here comes the hat-trick. First, it was Azam Mahmood, then it was De Bruyne, and then Jewel. Was it just sneaking down leg side, possibly? Not according to Mark Benson. Napier doesn't care. Last person I saw go down with that sort of celebration would have been Dominic Cork when he got his hat-trick up at Old Trafford against the West Indies.
Similar type of bowling as well. Reverse swing, full and straight. The way he's going, he hasn't finished here, Graham Napier. What an evening he's having. All the talk about his batting at the start of the day, it's been his bowling. And the next batsman, Lewis, is a bit delayed because I don't think he was ready, Charles.
No, Essex had been ready for a little while. I wouldn't have been surprised if there wasn't some wag who said, time out, how long's he taken? Anyway, here comes John Lewis. 3 and 3. This over reads dot, wicket, wicket, wicket.
Spectacular bowling all round. He's been the main man, but there's been no weak link. And a clue to Lewis, don't shuffle across your stumps. You know where it's going to be.
Still got that leg slip in, and they've got a conventional slip in as well. Will it be 4 and 4? Yes, it will!
Absolutely incredible. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. 4 Yorkers, 4 deliveries. If it doesn't hit the boot and the pad, it hits the stumps. Brilliant from Napier. What skill. Say what you like about the batting, but what skill. Full, straight, quick. Bowled off the pad.
Well, that's the end of another man gone first ball. Lewis trudges off for a duck. 113 for 8.
Where's the next batsman? I mean, John Lewis took forever to get out. Took him longer to get out than he was actually in the middle. Number 11's probably searching for his pads right now. Here he comes down the stairs. Bowled off the pads. Again, a high backlift. When a bowler's bowling in swinging Yorkers, the high backlift is not the way to go.
Right, Stuart Meeker is the new man to the crease. Next. Look at this for an over. Dot, wicket, 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 wicket. It's a word of encouragement from Gary Wilson.
Having a cup of tea 5 minutes ago. He's now on a 5 in a row. Have we ever had a 5 in a row before?
I remember Sean Pollock doing 4 in a row in a Benson and Hedges game. We did Warwickshire against Leicestershire in his first game for Warwickshire. But the way things are going now, this could be 5 in 5. Look at this field. It's a ridiculous field. He's got 2 slips and 2 leg slips. He's got a short mid-wicket. He's got 2 short mid-wickets. Here comes Napier. Oh, and it's not quite 5 in 5, but it's not far away.
Terrible bowling, Napier. Terrible. Didn't quite get it in. Special. What a special evening for him. There's not been that many in here, but they've enjoyed Napier, they've enjoyed Essex. Brilliant over.
And those that are in are giving Napier a terrific round of applause. There will be people saying, if this bloke can bowl Yorkers to will like that, how come England aren't interested in him when you consider the way they've gone round the park in the last 2 games?
Well, small sample size when you just see him one off, but if he can carry on like this, I think he's lived far too long off that one innings we did here, that 2020 innings. For too long he lived on that one innings. And when he can bowl like this and have knocks like that, and he's pretty decent in the field, why not in the future? Just got to keep doing it. He's had a good season, Charles. This is not just a one-off as far as the season's gone. He's got runs, he's got wickets, he's looking strong and fit. There'll be a lot out there saying that.
And meanwhile, Gary Wilson will continue stoically.
And not only the way he's gone this evening, you've got to put it in context. I think people have been a little bit sick and tired of seeing the sort of modern way of going with all the variations. There'll be the odd old fogey out there to be saying, Yorkers, I told you so. Paul Allen being one of them.
Stuart Meeker gets down onto strike to face Ravi Bopara.
The key, though, Charles, actually is also the movement. If you can get any kind of movement in the air, those Yorkers become so much more tricky. England have been gun barrel straight in the 2 games so far. It's a consequence also of 2 new balls. Slightly taken reverse swing out the equation, slightly, although this is reversing now in less than 25 overs. Got to get that ball moving sideways. We saw that in the Test series. In New Zealand, England couldn't get wickets. In England, they can.
Good shot by Wilson. A little bit of late defiance.
That's it, Rav.
Over.
Oh, Rav.
26 overs gone, 120 for 8. So let's have a look at the Napier 6. First to go was Roy. That was the one that will give him the most pleasure, the knocking over of Ponting. Then the start of the hat-trick, or the run of 4 in 4. Xander de Brain was the middle one. Jewel was the hat-trick ball. And then just to put the icing on the cake, John Lewis yorked off his pads onto off-stump. That was 4 in 4. And Mika just about kept the 5th in 5th one out.
Great skill. First one was the slower ball, where he just put some backspin on the ball somehow, and then 5 full in-swinging deliveries. Plus he's got that bouncer up his sleeve, because he's not slow. You go and ask county cricketers who are some of the quicker lads on the circuit, they'll say, yeah, Napier.
He's 33 now, Graham Napier. Talk about speeds. He's on our list of those who've bowled quickly this season. His fastest ball, 87.3. What was that game up in Durham we did?
Very on, Les.
So when he cranks it up, he can get it down at a fair old lick. Now Mika on strike. 6 for 25, Napier.
It's a good shot. Don't think he'll get 4, he'll pick up a couple. Mika facing what he likes to bowl. Very similar type of bowler, short, skiddy, strong, big shoulders. Doesn't swing it away too much with the old ball, generally in. So he knows, again, he knows what's coming. Could be the odd short ball in there as well.
Yeah, there's a little nick there, I think, as well. That's 7 now for Napier.
And clever bowling as well. Sometimes tail-enders, they know where it is, they know it's going to be a Yorker, they hang back. And Napier just changed his length, back of the length. Good change of length. Faint edge, Foster ain't dropping them. An evening to remember for Napier. Mika goes for 3, it's 123 for 9.
Oh, what a night Graham Napier is having. 6.4 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 27. The best bowling for Essex ever in one-day cricket is 8 for 26. Keith Boyce against Lancashire in 1971, just before your time, Paul.
Yeah, before my time. Remember Keith Boyce bowling, though.
But these will be the second best figures, because the next best after that, 6 for 13.
Get him in the side, Ath. Come on. Pick him. He's swung the ball. He's bowled Yorkers. He can hit it out of the park.
Well, what never does any harm is to do these things on television. After he got that 150 a few years ago,
Right.
all the chat was about Napier for weeks afterwards. And no doubt there'll be plenty more tomorrow.
He's probably lived in the shadow of that for far too long. But,
4 slips and a gully. Ooh, he's not quite got it right from round the wicket, but he's a bit disappointed with himself, despite the fact that he's got 7 for 27.
Well, it's been a really great exhibition of slippery, quick bowling that with a little bit of swing as well, mainly in swing. Hit the stumps, hit the pads. It really is a fantastic effort.
Just looking down at the list of best bowling for Essex, we mentioned the Keith Boyce 8 for 26, Nobby Phillips 6 for 13, again Lancashire as well in 1982. You probably did play in that one, Paul. 6 for 18, Ray East. 6 for 22, Robin Hobbs. He was a leg spinner, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Played for England. Robin
and
Hobbs.
Napier 6 for 29, so he's bettered his own CB. J.K. Lever 5 for 8 at Westcliff-on-Sea, 1972. Gooch 5 for 8. That was against Cheshire, though.
Goochie. Swinging it both ways, no doubt.
Inside edge, was there? A crushing margin there is between these teams here tonight. Essex 312, Surrey 123 for 9. So the margin at the moment is 190. There can't be too many 40 over games between top class counties that have finished with this margin of difference.
What else it'll do? It'll boost Essex's net run rate. It's enormous.
It won't do much for Surrey.
No, it won't. Well, the defeat itself won't do much for Surrey either.
Well, I'm over, Gary. Centre. Forward it come.
Little shell shock there, don't they? On that Surrey balcony. Obdurate batsman Gary Keady. Remember from days gone by when we played at Lancashire together, he would often be our night watchman. Hard man to get out in those days.
He's a bit of a one-shot man, isn't he? Forward defensive block.
Yep, not much more. That's why there are 4 slips in place.
Perhaps that's just his one-day variation, a slight extension of the block. Hardly call it a flowing off drive. Came out of the middle of the bat nonetheless.
Bowled well earlier in the day and kind of expected to be at the crease, wand in hand in the 28th over. Ooh, he scooped it over cover, so he's off the mark and will come back for a second. Looking at the highest or biggest defeats in this competition. Somerset against Glamorgan. Somerset got 368, Glamorgan 119. That's the biggest margin of victory. That's 249 in 2010. 126 for 9, 28 done. So how fitting it would be if Graham Napier could finish the game off. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 27. Remarkable figures in any form of the game.
So you don't see too many 7-fers in one-day cricket. You don't see too many 4 wickets in 4 balls either. No wonder he's got a smile on his face. So now he's got no slips.
I'm not sure Napier will be too unhappy if this is kept to 1. Now has a chance at bowling at Gary Keady. Mind you, he's looked more threatening against the right-handers, hasn't he?
Well, he has. He didn't get it quite right going round the wicket. He's trying to swing the ball away from Keady, bowling round the wicket, which is good if you can do it. But the 2 balls he bowled at Keady were full tosses in the previous over. Here we are, 4 slips in though. Let's pitch the ball. Graham Napier, get it on off stump.
Oh, it's a beauty. It's an absolute beauty, and it's going to go for 4. Somehow Keady got bat on ball here as it was honing in on that middle stump, right in the block hole.
Which way's this swung? It's coming on the arm and kept coming. Just got an outside edge on it. Squeezed it out and away and down through between first and second slip.
Denting his figures. 7 for 32 now.
Don't think he'll mind about the odd run or 2 with 7 wickets in the right column. Well, in all seriousness, Mike, we're talking about bowlers who get the ball to do something. We've seen some Essex bowlers get the ball to swing tonight. I don't know whether it's just a characteristic of this particular ball, but Bopara's got it to swing, Napier's got it to swing. So it's good to see these bowlers doing something with the ball.
There again, that's hard to play no matter who you are.
Coming over, Keats.
Back over the wicket, but Keady up to the mark so far. Terrible feeling, isn't it? I'm just looking at these enormous wins from the past. 220 runs Somerset Glamorgan in 1990, 205 Surrey against Yorkshire 94. It's a bad feeling when you get a real thousand in a one-day game, when you know you've not even challenged or come close. Last ball for Napier. Oh, it's ever so close to off stump, but Keady survives and Napier is done, and the crowd rise to a magnificent bowling performance from Graham Napier. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 32.
Well, he won't have many better days with the ball than this. Ricky Ponting's middle stump flattened, then a whole series of Yorkers trimming the stumps and hitting the pads. 4 wickets in 4 balls at one stage. The hat-trick caused the stumble.
Lovely smile to light up the evening here at Chelmsford on his home ground. Remember the night for a long time. So once again, the slip fielders come in for Gary Keady, all 4 of them.
Eleven overs left.
So close to the outside edge.
Well, this is what Masters does. Day in, day out, over after over.
I tell you what he does do. It's always struck me watching him bowl. He really bowls a nagging length. He finds a horrible length in between for batsmen where you're just not comfortable forward or back.
It's the art of Fast, medium, fast bowling, isn't it?
About 15 out of 17 days on the field.
Bit a bad night for Surrey, very good one for the Eagles so far. Consistent performances all the way down their batting lineup. Excellent 68 from Owe Sharp. And then Napier was 7 for 32. Knocking the heart out of the Surrey lineup. Now that must be close. Yes, that will do. Just shuffled across, playing French cricket there, Gary Keady, and this has been a devastating defeat for Surrey. A fine win for Essex on home patch, confirming their renaissance in this competition this year after that defeat very early on in the season against Hampshire when we were here, and fashioned in the field by that man on screen, Graham Napier. Match-winning performance from him, match-winning figures of 8 overs 3 maidens, 7th for 32. He's enjoyed his evening, as have Essex.
Well, it's just about as emphatic as it gets. A victory in one-day cricket. 178-run victory for Essex. Smiles all round. Graham Napier, very much the star of the show. He's got the ball in his hand. That'll be treasured, I'm sure, for many a year to come. 7 wickets with it, including 4 wickets in 4 balls. Dynamic performance from Graham Napier.
Yeah, all smiles there, the Essex players. Hamish Rutherford enjoying his time down here in Chelmsford, and players pushing Napier to the front of the queue. He's got that match ball tightly gripped in his left hand. He's not going to let it go anytime soon, and he leads the Essex team off as well he might. Fantastic performance from him. Lovely smile to accompany it. Got the man of the match. I mean, can he not wait for Bob Willis to make the announcement?
I think there might be a local man of the match as well as a Yorkshire Bank man of the match. He's won 2 man of the match awards.
He's jumped the gun. Well, tomorrow we've got more YB40 cricket for you here on Sky Sports 2 HD. That's from Lords, where Middlesex take on Somerset. Should be a good game. That's at 3:30 in the afternoon. Grim scorecard that for Surrey. Gary Wilson scrambled his way to 38. There was 36 from Azhar Mahmood and 22 for Vikram Solanki, 14 for Stephen Davies. They were the only players in double figures. Napier destroying the lower middle order.
Well, those bowling figures dominated by Graham Napier. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 32. Quite brilliant.
So massive win for the Eagles, 312 for 7. Surrey, 134 all out. The margin of victory for Essex, 178 runs. OK, let's go and join Bob down on the outfield.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, we're ready for the Yorkshire Bank Man of the Match presentation. Derek Bowden, the Chief Executive Officer of the Essex County Cricket Club, is here. He's going to present a Magnum of Veuve Clicquot champagne and a medal to, guess who? Essex's Graham Napier. Graham, many congratulations. What a fantastic performance.
I'm really pleased with that one. I really wanted to get one of those wickets and got that, and then to come back later on and get a hat-trick, even better. What a night.
Yeah, you nearly leapt out of your skin when you got Ricky's middle stump.
Yeah, I've probably dreamt about doing that for years, and to actually do it, brilliant.
And then not only a hat-trick, but 4 in a row.
It's a first for me, and I'm speechless at the moment, really.
It's amazing, isn't it? We came down here the first match of the season on Sky Sports and you got completely marmalised by Hampshire. What a turnaround.
Yeah, we've been playing some really good cricket since then, and the team performances over the last couple of days have been fantastic. Ryan Tenduscarter yesterday, a great team batting performance today has set us up nicely for the victory.
Splendid stuff. Many congratulations. That's Graham Napier, our Yorkshire Bank man of the match. Well done, mate. Terrific.
Well, there's a smile that could light up an evening here at Chelmsford, and what an evening he's had. Brilliant stuff from Graham Napier. Those figures again: 8 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 32, including a hat-trick, including 4 in 4. And as far as we're concerned here on Sky, that's only the second time we've seen 4 in 4 in all the years we've been doing cricket on the channel. The last man to do it was Sean Pollock for Warwickshire against Leicestershire in a cup game back in the 90s. And Napier has done it and ended up with these extraordinary figures. And they're doubly extraordinary when you consider what happened in the first half, where bowling appeared an impossibility and batting was a complete doddle, Nasser.
And absolutely, and the batting has not been bad to these deliveries. I have to say, Napier has got them out. These are not slogs. Sometimes in one-day cricket you get a slogathon hat-trick where people are all caught in the deep. This is just wonderful, highly skilled bowling. I mean, what an evening for him. He's an uncomplicated lad. And some of these deliveries are absolute beauties. To get Ponting, to get a hat-trick, to get 4 in a row, to end up with 7 wickets, it doesn't get much better than that, Graham Napier.
Well, it's just the continuing legend that is Graham Napier, isn't it? I mean, he wrote the batting chapter when he scored that scintillating 100 back in the 2020, and now he's written in the bowling chapter.
Yeah, like I say, he's a very uncomplicated lad, and he's lived a little bit off that 150. Every time we come here, everyone mentions that knock, and I think it sort of annoys a lot of people around the circuit that, well, has he done anything since then? Well, he has now. He's done it with the ball, and he's having a really, really good season for Essex. He's getting a lot of runs for Essex, a lot of wickets, and he's staying fit, physically fit.
And he's put Essex to the top of the table tonight because they're on 8 points and they're also got a better net run rate than Hampshire.
Absolutely, and if going back to that first game we covered, to say after 4 more games Essex would be above Hampshire and playing this brand of cricket is phenomenal. What a turnaround, and Paul Grayson and the Essex staff should be pleased with what they've achieved.
We can just confirm exactly who is where. There they are, up the top, played 5, won 4. A quick word about Surrey, a pretty dismal evening. They conceded over 300 and then they've been shot out for, what, 134?
Yeah, the batting didn't concern me too much, in as much as that was highly skilled, high quality bowling. Some of the bowling, Charles, and some of the tactics also concerned me. To hide your England bowler, Mika, to bowl him at a certain time and let your young, inexperienced lads bowl at the end, and some of the wides and the extras, etc., were poor. They've got some work to do with the ball, definitely.
Yeah, they bowled 21 wides, Surrey, which is in a one-day game is ridiculous. Now then, tomorrow we're going to go to Lords, and then it'll be back Nick Compton under the spotlight.
Yeah, England and Nick will be hoping that he'll be getting some runs. He's back at Lords, where he's played quite a bit of cricket, so he knows that ground. Somerset are going well. He didn't start well in that first game he played, but England will be keeping on. They'll be watching you, Andy Flower and the rest will be watching to see how Nick Compton's going.
Well, I hope they were watching tonight to see how Graham Napier's gone. That would be an interesting discussion, wouldn't it? OK, thank you very much indeed, Nasser, and thank you for your company as well. I hope you've enjoyed it. We started the show talking about game changers. Well, there was one, and his name was Napier. Now then, cricket coming up. Tomorrow, another ICC Champions Trophy warm-up game starting at 10:25 in the morning on Sky Sports 1 HD. It's Australia against India. Also tomorrow from 3:30 on Sky Sports 2 HD, it's Middlesex against Somerset. That's the YB40 game we've just been talking about. Then on Wednesday, don't forget, it's England's last warm-up, if you like, but it's not a warm-up, it's a fully fledged one-day international against New Zealand. The series is gone, but England need to show that they can do something in that. And then on Thursday, 10 o'clock in the morning on Sky Sports 1 HD, the Champions Trophy gets underway with India against South Africa. But here, it's all about Napier. Thanks for being with us. For now, bye-bye.